have both juries in court. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. The reason we didn't proceed this morning with the juries is that there was some miscommunication between the lawyers for both sides as to which witnesses would be testifying in which order, and for various reasons, neither side, either the prosecution nor the defense, was ready to proceed this morning with witnesses. That's why we couldn't proceed this morning, but we're now ready to go ahead with additional witnesses. And the next witness will be testifying using an interpreter, and this is a Spanish language interpreter, and some of you might speak or understand Spanish. And let me tell you that the rules are that when that occurs, when you have an interpreter translating from one language to another, you must utilize the English translation, so that if you happen to understand the answer in Spanish, you still must wait for the English translation and rely upon that alone as the evidence in this case, even though you might understand some of the words, because the rule is that all of you must use the same evidence. The only way you can do that is when you have the English translation as the basis for the evidence in the case. I'm sure you can all understand that. All right, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Flor Suria.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Please take the stand and state your name for the record.
¿Y cuál es su nombre para las actas?
Flor De Maria Suria.
Flor De Maria Suria.
Would you spell your full name, please?
Lo deletreo.
F-L-O-R
Flor, F-L-O-R
D-E M-A-R-I-A
Maria, M-A-R-I-A
S-U-R-I-A.
S-U-R-I-A.
All right, and would the interpreter state your name for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Sophia Stutz and my oath is on file.
All right, you may procead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Puede proceder.
Ms. Suria, what do you do for a living?
Señora Suria, ¿usted en qué trabaja? ¿Qué hace?
Ahorita estoy trabajando en una compañía.
I'm working right now for a company.
Okay, and in November of 1988, where were you employed?
¿Dónde estaba usted trabajando?
De la familia Menendez.
In November of '88 at the Menendez family.
Did you live at the house at 722 North Elm Drive in the city of Beverly Hills in November of 1988?
¿Y usted vivía en el 722 North Elm Drive en la ciudad de Beverly Hills en noviembre del 88? Yes.
And what days per week would you work?
¿Y qué días de la semana usted trabajaba? From Monday through Friday.
Okay, would you arrive at the Menendez house on Monday morning?
¿Y usted llegaba a la casa de los señores Menéndez en la mañana del lunes?
A las
9 o'clock, yes.
In the morning?
¿De la mañana?
9.
Yes.
And would you stay until the afternoon on Friday?
¿Y usted se quedaba hasta la tarde del viernes? 4:15, 4:30.
On Friday afternoon?
Del viernes en la tarde. Yes.
All right, directing, may I approach, Your Honor?
Que si se le permite acercarse, sí.
Directing your attention
Dedico su atención
on this chart.
a lo que está en ese mapa, que es la muestra de número 6.
Assuming this represents the
Y
first
pensando
floor
de que
at
esto representa el
722
primer
North Elm,
piso de
Menendez house,
722 North Elm de la casa de los
could you
Menéndez.
point out
Usted nos puede apuntar
for these juries where your
jurado,
room is?
usted a dónde
Or
estaba
was
su
it?
cuarto en ese momento. Parece.
Pues conozco.
Well, here.
Indicating the maid's room?
Indicando el cuarto de los estudiantes.
Okay, thank you.
Sí. Yes. Comencé.
Ms. Suria, what were your
Señorita
duties at the
Suria,
Menendez home?
¿cuáles eran sus deberes o qué tenía usted que hacer en la casa de los Menéndez?
Limpiarla.
Clean it.
Limpiar todo.
Clean everything.
Okay. Would Mrs. Menendez do the cooking for the household?
¿Y la señora Menéndez es la que cocinaba para la casa?
Sí, en la tarde.
Yes, in the afternoon.
Did you have a close relationship with Mrs. Menendez?
¿Y usted se llevaba muy bien con la señora Menéndez?
Sí.
Yes.
And how would she speak to you? Which language would she use?
¿Y ella cómo se comunicaba con usted? ¿En qué idioma hablaba?
Pues en español, no sabía inglés.
Well, in Spanish because I didn't know English.
Okay. And with respect to Mr. Menendez, Jose Menendez, would he also speak to you in Spanish?
Y con respecto al señor Menéndez, señor José Menéndez, ¿él también le hablaba a usted en español?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you see persons in this courtroom that were at that house when you lived there?
¿Y usted ve personas que estén en esta corte que vivían en esa casa cuando usted vive ahí?
El hijo de la señora Klein.
Yes, Lyle, the son of the man and lady.
Okay, and I know you can't
Y
see
yo sé de que
too
usted no
much over
puede
to
ver
your
mucho
left,
de este lado a su izquierda.
but could you see anyone else that lived there
¿Usted
as well?
puede ver a cualquier otra persona que vivía en esa casa? Que se va a levantar eso. Yes.
And who is that?
¿Y quién es?
Eric.
Eric.
Would you see, during the summer of 1989,
Durante el verano
did you
del
see the
89,
brothers
¿usted
at the house?
veía a los hermanos en la casa?
Sí.
Yes.
And what would they typically do when you were there?
Y típicamente, ¿qué es lo que hacían ellos cuando estaban ahí? Un momento, algo que no, todavía no conteste. Sí, que le diga de otra manera la pregunta.
Ma'am, during the day,
Señorita,
in the summer months of
Durante los días,
1989,
durante el verano del
did you see the
89,
brothers at the house?
¿usted veía a los hermanos en la casa?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see them in the company of friends?
¿Usted los veía acompañados de amigos? Yes.
And did you observe them do activities at the house?
¿Y usted los observó haciendo actividades en la casa?
Jugando tenis.
Yes, playing tennis.
Okay, would they do other activities out in the backyard?
¿Y hacían otras actividades afuera en el jardín de atrás? No.
Now, how would you describe the relationship between Mrs. Menendez and these two defendants
¿Y cómo
when you lived at the
describiría
house?
usted la relación que tenía la señora Menéndez y los dos acusados cuando usted vivía en la casa?
I'm going to
Un momento,
cause
que
for
todavía
speculation.
no conteste.
Objection sustained to the
Se
form of the question. You
sostiene
have to be
a
more
la forma de la
specific.
pregunta que le tiene que hacer la pregunta más específica.
Ms. Suria, did you see
Señora
interaction
Suria, ¿usted
between
vio
Mrs.
alguna
Menendez
interacción
and
entre la
these
señora
defendants?
Menéndez y estos dos acusados?
No entiendo.
I don't understand.
Okay. Let me ask it this way.
Se lo voy a
Did you-
preguntar de esta manera.
Did you ever see
¿Usted
Mrs.
alguna vez vio a la
Menendez
señora Menéndez
yell or scream at either
gritarle a cualquiera
Lyle or Eric
de
Menendez?
Lyle o Eric Menéndez? No.
And did you ever see Mr. Menendez
¿Y usted
yell or
alguna vez
scream
vio
at
si el señor
Lyle
Menéndez le
or
gritó a
Eric
Lyle o
Menendez?
Eric Menéndez?
No.
No, I didn't notice.
Ms. Suria, how long did you live there at that house?
Señora Suria, ¿cuánto tiempo vivió usted en esa casa?
9 meses.
9 months.
Was that November of 1988 through August of 1989?
Noviembre del 88 a agosto del 89. Yes.
Now, on August 21st, 1989, did you
21,
learn that Mr. and
usted-
Mrs. Menendez had been killed?
¿Oyó o supo de que se habían matado a los señores Menéndez?
Yes.
Yes.
On the Friday before you learned, on that Monday, that they had been killed, do you recall who took you to the bus on that Friday afternoon?
El
Objection,
viernes,
since facts not in
antes de ese lunes, ¿usted
Sustained.
averiguó o supo quién lo había llevado? Que no
sustained.
conteste. Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Suria, did somebody take you to the bus stop on
Señora
Friday,
Suria, ¿alguien la llevó a la parada de autobuses el viernes,
the 18th of
el
August?
18 de agosto?
La señora Menendez.
Mrs. Menéndez.
And was that about 4:30 in the afternoon?
¿Era como a las 4:30 de la tarde?
No.
Yes.
And you were supposed to return for work on the
Y usted
following
tenía
Monday,
que
is
haber
that correct?
regresado el lunes próximo, ¿verdad? Al trabajo. Yes.
And did you in fact return to that house on Monday morning?
¿Y usted regresó a esa casa el lunes próximo? Yes.
And what did you notice about the house?
¿Y qué se dio cuenta acerca de la casa?
Que los habían asesinado a los señores.
That the lady and man who had been killed.
Did you see, was the house closed off to you?
¿En la casa estaba cerrada? ¿No podía usted entrar? Yes.
Were there police officers there?
¿Ya habían oficiales de policía ahí?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, directing your attention to the week before,
Le dirijo su atención a la semana anterior.
the week before you found out that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had been killed,
Antes de la semana que usted averiguó, supo de que había matado a los señores Menéndez.
and in particular Tuesday night,
Y en
that's
particular
August
el
15th.
martes, agosto 15.
Did you hear a fight, any yelling or screaming that took place that night between Mrs. Menendez and Lyle Menendez?
¿Y usted oyó alguna pelea que haya pasado ese día en la noche, ese martes en la noche, entre la señora Menéndez y Lyle Menéndez? No.
Did you hear this man, Lyle Menendez, crying and saying that someone had pulled off his wig?
¿Y usted oyó a este señor Menéndez llorando y diciendo que alguien le había quitado su cosa del pelo? No.
Did you hear any yelling and screaming that night at all? That is Tuesday,
¿Usted
August
oyó
15th.
alguna vez que alguien gritara o llorara en esa noche del martes del 15? No.
Now, directing your attention to
Le dirijo su
Thursday
atención
night,
al jueves en la noche,
August 17th.
agosto 17.
During the middle of the night,
Durante
late at
la
night,
mitad
did
de
you
la
hear
noche.
any yelling and screaming by Mr. Jose Menendez?
¿Usted oyó oír gritar o gritar duro por el señor Menéndez? No.
Did you hear any commotion such as a typewriter flying off a desk from the upstairs bedroom of Eric Menendez?
¿Y usted oyó algo, un ruido como una máquina de escribir volando del escritorio del señor Menéndez? Que sí conteste. No.
Did you hear any banging on any doors upstairs from where you were staying?
¿Y usted, de donde usted estaba quedándose, pudo oír si estaban pegando duro en alguna puerta arriba?
Pero no.
Well, yes, but I didn't hear.
Well, the question is, did you hear any banging on any doors upstairs?
La pregunta es si usted oyó que alguien estuviera pegándole duro a puertas arriba. No.
Ms. Suri, when you first started to live with the Menendez family in November of 1988, was there a young man living there in addition to the two brothers?
Señora Suria, cuando usted empezó a vivir con los señores Menéndez en noviembre del 88, ¿había algún otro joven aparte de los hermanos Menéndez viviendo ahí?
Yes, un amigo de la...
Do you remember?
Yes, a friend.
Do you remember a man by the name of Ed Fenno?
¿Se acuerda el nombre, el hombre con el nombre de Ed Fenno?
Yes.
Yes.
And did Mr. Fenno live with the family for several months?
¿Y el señor Fenno vivió con la familia por varios meses? Yes.
Were there other young men who would come and visit from time to time the two brothers?
¿Y habían
while you
otros
lived there?
jóvenes que venían a visitar de vez en cuando con los hermanos Menéndez?
Sí, pero no sé.
Yes, but I don't know their names.
Okay. Ms. Surya, from the time that you would arrive on Monday morning and would leave on the afternoon of February, would you spend each night, that is Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday night, at the Menendez home?
Señora Suria, cuando usted llegaba los lunes en la mañana hasta que se iba en la tarde de febrero, ¿usted pasaba lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves y viernes en la casa?
Sí.
Yes.
You were actually a live-in
¿Y
housekeeper?
usted se quedaba viviendo ahí como sirvienta?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, you had indicated that you were, you would clean the house, is that correct?
¿Y usted había indicado de que usted limpiaba la casa?
Sí.
Yes.
Would you vacuum the floors and clean
¿Le
the
pasaba
closets?
la vacuum al piso y
things of
limpiaba
that
los
nature?
closets y cosas de esa naturaleza? Yes.
With respect to Mr. and Mrs. Menendez's bedroom, did you ever see any nasty or pornographic magazines anywhere in that bedroom, ma'am?
Y con respecto a la recámara de los señores Menéndez, ¿usted alguna vez vio algunas cosas groseras o pornográficas en la recámara de ellos por ahí? No.
Taking a look at that chart, ma'am.
Viendo el
Exhibit
mapa,
6.
señor, número 6.
Can I approach again, Your Honor?
No, let's
¿Se lo
wait.
permite
Ms.
acercar?
Abramson, you'll have to do your have your conversation at a later time.
Que tiene que hablar después la abogada.
You want to approach somewhere?
Yes, Your Honor.
¿Quiere
Thank
acercarse?
you.
This young lady can sit down.
Ms. Suria, I'm going to draw your attention again
Le llamo
to
nuevamente
Exhibit
su atención a
6.
la muestra 6.
You've indicated that
Usted
you used to
indicó de que
live
usted se
in the maid's
quedaba
room,
viviendo
correct?
ahí en el cuarto de los sirvientes, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, this room right next to the maid's room
cuarto
is
juntito
labeled the family room,
Dice ahí
and
que es
also in
el
red,
cuarto de
it's
la
labeled
familia.
den.
Y también como den, estudio.
Was that the television room?
¿Es el cuarto de la televisión?
Sí.
Is
Yes.
there a big screen television in that room?
¿Y había
ma'am?
una televisión grandota en ese
Yes.
cuarto? Yes. ¿Usted estaba en su
Television
cuarto? ¿Se podía
from
oír la
that
televisión
room?
de ese cuarto? Yes.
Well, you lived with the Menendez family
Mientras
for
que
these
usted vivió
9
con la
months.
familia de los Menéndez por los 9 meses, por lo menos.
Were Mr. and Mrs. Menendez nice to you?
¿El señor y la señora Menéndez se portaban bien con usted? Yes.
Would the defendants here
Los acusados que están aquí
leave tennis bags around the house and tennis
dejaban
rackets
bolsas
and things of
para
that sort?
tenis y raquetas de tenis por la casa y cosas así. Yes.
Were they rather messy?
Eran bastante desarreglados. Un momento. Objetivo.
Improper living or whatever.
Overruled on that ground.
Que sí conteste.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see Mrs. Menendez and Mr. Menendez do nice things for their sons while you lived in the house?
Objection, Your Honor.
Usted vio al señor y señora Menéndez hacer
Sustain.
cosas buenas para los hijos y que no conteste.
Ms. Suria, what sort
Señora
of
Suria,
relationship
¿Qué
did you observe
relación observó usted
between Mr. and Mrs. Menendez and their
con los
sons?
señores
Objection,
Menéndez y sus
cross-examination.
hijos? Que espere.
It's unclear exactly what you're
Que no
getting
es
at.
claro lo que
Question
le
is
está
vague.
preguntando,
Objection sustained.
que se sostiene, que no conteste.
You've indicated that Mrs. Menendez did the
Usted
cooking for
indicó de que la
the
señora
household,
Menéndez es
correct?
la que cocinaba en la casa, ¿verdad? Yes.
And would she be the one to cook for her sons?
¿Y ella es la que cocinaba para sus hijos?
Sí.
Yes.
Would you see the family eating together at night?
¿Y usted veía a la familia comiendo juntos en la noche?
Sí.
Yes.
And would Mrs. Menendez ask you what you wanted at the grocery store?
La señora Menéndez le preguntaba qué es lo que usted necesitaba de la tienda de
Objection, Your
comida,
Honor. Irrelevant.
Sustained.
que se sostiene que no contesta.
I have nothing further at this
Que
time.
nada más.
Cross-examination.
Ahorita le va a hacer preguntas el otro abogado.
Ms. Surya, is it true that
Señorita
after
Suria,
the family
¿es
ate
verdad que
together
la
at
familia
night, that
comía
all the family
juntos en la
members
noche,
would go
todos
off
se
in
iban
different directions?
en diferentes direcciones, diferentes lugares? Yes. Hábleme
And
más fuerte.
would they go to their own rooms and shut the doors behind them and stay in
Iban
their own rooms?
a sus propios cuartos y cerraban la puerta detrás de ellos y se quedaban en sus cuartos?
Supongo que sí. No me quedaba abajo, yo estaba arriba.
I assume so, but I would remain down below, downstairs, and they would go somewhere upstairs, I guess. Que piden que
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
se va a borrar la contestación.
Did you ever go into a room where a door had been closed to
¿Usted
see
alguna
what was
vez
going on inside of the room?
¿Fue a donde se había cerrado la puerta de un cuarto para ver qué es lo que estaba pasando dentro del cuarto? No.
Did you think it was part of your job to listen to see if there were any arguments going on in the house?
¿Usted creía de que era parte de su trabajo tratar de oír si habían algunas peleas o argumentos en esa casa?
No.
No.
Were you there doing your job and not listening to what was going on?
¿Y usted estaba ahí haciendo su trabajo y no oyendo lo que estaba pasando?
Sí, pero si peleaban se podía oír.
Yes, but if they would fight, I could hear.
And did you see magazines in the house? Were
You-
there any magazines?
¿Y usted veía revistas en la casa? ¿Habían revistas en la casa?
Sí, habían, pero no de las que dicen.
Yes, they were, but not the kind that they said.
Did you look through the magazines?
¿Usted revisó las revistas?
Algunas veces.
Sometimes, yes.
And were there places where you did not look through?
¿Y habían lugares donde usted no revisaba?
Question vague.
Un momento,
Sustain.
que no conteste.
Did you search through Mr. Menendez's bedroom?
¿Usted buscaba las cosas en la recámara del señor Menéndez?
Pues yo limpiaba todo, recogía todo.
I would clean everything and I would straighten out everything.
Did you have to go through the television room in order to get to your bedroom?
¿Y usted tenía que pasar por el cuarto donde estaba la televisión para llegar a su recámara? No.
At night, would you see Mr. and Mrs. Menendez in the television room?
¿En la noche usted veía al señor y la señora Menéndez en el cuarto de donde está la televisión? Yes.
And you never saw them falling asleep in front of the television downstairs, isn't that true?
Y nunca los vio que se habían quedado dormidos en la televisión, el cuarto donde está la televisión abajo, ¿verdad? ¿No es cierto? No.
Right, the answer is vague because of the way
La
you asked the question.
contestación por la manera que lo
No,
preguntó.
she did not see them falling asleep, or no, that's not true?
Why don't you ask it again? Do it again. Did you ever?
Did you ever see Mr.
¿Usted
and Mrs. Menendez
alguna
falling
vez
asleep
vio al señor o la
downstairs in
señora
front of the
Menéndez
TV?
quedándose dormidos enfrente de la televisión abajo? No.
And is it true that they would go upstairs to watch television?
¿Y es verdad de que
Sometimes.
ellos se iban arriba a ver televisión a veces?
Objection vague.
Un momento que no contesté todavía.
Sustained, that's
In
the form of the
Let me
question.
withdraw and rephrase.
Que
In
le van
the
a
evening,
preguntar.
did you see them go upstairs and watch television in their room?
En la noche usted los veía y ellos se iban a ver televisión arriba.
A veces.
Sometimes, yes.
Could you hear the television on upstairs when you were down in your bedroom?
¿Y usted podía oír la televisión de arriba cuando usted estaba en su cuarto abajo?
Sí, estaba fuerte.
If it was loud, yes.
And on the nights that you were in your bedroom, were there nights when you heard the television in the family room next
Y
to your
en,
room?
y en las noches cuando usted estaba en su recámara, ¿usted podía oír la televisión que estaba en el cuarto de donde está la televisión junto? Yes.
And would the noise prevent you from going to sleep?
¿Y el ruido hacía que no pudiera dormir?
No, pues no estaban tan noche en la televisión.
No, they didn't watch TV so late, so no.
So were there times when the television would be on and you could still sleep?
Y habían veces cuando la televisión estaba puesta y usted sí se podía dormir de todas maneras.
Nunca estaban tan noche en televisión.
They were never watching TV that late.
Would you shut your door when you went into your room to sleep?
Cuando usted se iba a dormir a su cuarto, ¿usted cerraba la puerta? Yes.
And after you went inside your room, what time would you generally go into your bedroom at night?
Y después de que usted se iba a su cuarto, como a qué horas más o menos, generalmente, se iba usted a su cama a dormir?
Bueno, no tenía hora, 9:30.
Well, I didn't have a set time. It was 9, 9:30.
And what time would you go to sleep?
¿Y a qué horas iba a dormir?
Pues la mayoría de veces 10, 11 de la noche a dormir.
Well, generally, or most of the time, it would be 10, 10:30. That is to sleep.
And would you wake up on some nights?
¿Y usted se despertaba algunas noches?
No.
No.
Did you sleep soundly in that house?
¿Y usted podía dormir bien en esa casa?
Sí.
Yes.
Who was living in the house when you moved in November of 1988?
¿Quién estaba viviendo en la casa cuando usted empezó a vivir ahí en noviembre del 88?
Aparte de la familia,
You mean besides the family?
Yes.
Sí.
Ed Fennel.
Ed Fennel. That guy.
Was there a girlfriend of Lyle's who would stay overnight in the house at that time in November of 1988?
Y había una novia de Lyle que estaba quedándose en la casa en noviembre del 88. Yes.
And was her name Jamie?
¿Y su nombre era Jamie? Yes.
And would Kitty sometimes get angry at Jamie sleeping in the guest house?
¿Y alguna vez Kitty se enojaba con Jamie porque se dormía en la casa de huéspedes? ¿La casita de huéspedes? I don't know.
Did you ever tell an investigator that Kitty would get angry about
¿Usted alguna vez
Jamie
le dijo a
sleeping
un
in the guest house?
investigador que la señora se enojaba cuando Jamie se dormía en la casita de huéspedes?
Yo dije que ella no estaba tan de acuerdo, que no la quería.
I said that she
Se
wasn't.
dormía, no sé.
I said that she wasn't so agreeable, that she didn't like her, but whether she got angry or not, I don't know.
What do you mean by she wasn't so agreeable?
Que no estaba tan de acuerdo. ¿Qué quiere decir con eso?
Pues que decía, pues, es la novia de mi niño y pues no puedo decirle nada.
Well, she would say, that's my child's girlfriend, my son's girlfriend, and I can't say anything about it.
Could not say anything about it to who?
Que no le podía decir nada a quién.
La muchacha.
To the girl.
And when you moved in November of 1988, was Lyle Menendez living in the house at
Y
that time?
cuando usted empezó a vivir ahí en noviembre del 88, Lyle Menendez estaba viviendo ahí en la casa. Yes, I think so, yes.
And did he leave shortly around Christmas of 1988 and go to school?
Y él se fue un poco tiempo después, como por Navidad del 88, y se fue a una escuela.
No sé, la escuela no estaba en casa.
Ajá. I don't know about the school, but he was not at home.
And when, if ever, did he return to live in the home?
¿Y cuándo fue, si es que regresó después a vivir a la casa? I don't remember.
Was it in the summer of 1989?
¿En el
sometime?
verano del 89?
Sí.
Maybe, yes.
And is it true that from November of
Y
1988
es verdad de que
until
de
the summer
noviembre del
of
88
1989 that you did not
Diciembre
see
del
Lyle
89,
Menendez living
¿usted
in the
no
house?
vio a Lyle Menendez viviendo en la casa?
Diciembre del 88.
December of 88?
November of 88
Noviembre del
to the
88.
summer of,
Hasta el verano del 89.
Creo sí.
I guess so, yes.
and during that same period of time, is it true that Mr. Menendez was gone on trips?
Y durante ese periodo
for
de
many
tiempo,
days.
¿es verdad de que el señor Menéndez se iba a viajes por muchos días?
No muchos, sí.
Not many, but yes.
Not many, but he was gone for periods of time away from the home?
No muchos, pero sí se iba por periodos de tiempo de la casa?
Sí.
Yes.
And is it also true that
Y también es
Mrs.
verdad de que la
Menendez
señora
was gone
Menéndez
from the house every
iba de
day
la casa
working
todos
on
los días,
the
iba a
home in
trabajar
Calabasas?
de la casa de Calabazas? Yes.
And is it true that you were
Y es verdad
home in the
de que usted
you were home alone for
estaba en la casa sola
many days during the
muchos
period
días
you were
durante el
living there?
periodo que usted estaba viviendo ahí?
Muchos días llegaban cuando ellos salían a vacaciones o cuando ella se iba a Calabaza.
Well, many days, no, but when they would go on vacations or when she would go to their home in Calabasas.
When Lyle Menendez
Cuando
came
Lyle
back to the home in the
Menendez vino a
summer
la
of
casa en
1989,
el
did
verano
he have
del
a new
89.
girlfriend?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
When Lyle Menendez came back to the home in the summer of
Regresó en el verano del
1989, did he have a
89.
new girlfriend that
¿Él
was
tenía una
around the
nueva
house?
novia cuando él estaba en la casa, por la casa? I don't know.
Was there another girlfriend that the
Había
parents
otra novia
disagreed
que
that
los
Lyle
padres no
Menendez should
estaban de
be
acuerdo
with?
de que Lyle Menéndez
That's
estuviera con ella.
unclear as
Un
to
momento,
what you mean by that. You have to rephrase the
un
question.
momento, que tiene que decir la pregunta de otra manera.
Did
Mr.
I was waiting for her to stop, Your Honor. Thank you. Did Mr. and Mrs.
El
Menendez
señor y la señora
ever state
Menéndez
to you in
alguna
the
vez le
summer of
dijeron a ustedes en el verano del
1989 that they
89
did
de
not
que
like
ellos
one
no
of Lyle Menendez's
querían
girlfriends?
a las novias de Lyle Menéndez? No.
Is it true that you never saw Mrs. Menendez appear distressed about anything?
Es verdad de que usted nunca vio a la señora Menéndez estar como
Sustained.
preocupada que no conteste.
Did you ever see Mrs. Menendez cry?
¿Usted alguna vez vio a la señora Menéndez llorando? No.
Did you ever see Mrs. Menendez argue with her husband?
¿Usted alguna vez vio a la señora Menéndez alegando con su esposo? No.
And did you ever hear Mr. and Mrs. Menendez arguing about an affair that Mr. Menendez was having?
¿Y usted alguna vez oyó al señor y la señora Menéndez alegando acerca de un ligato amoroso que el señor Menéndez haya tenido? No.
And is it true that you never saw Mrs. Menendez drink any alcohol at all?
¿Y es verdad de que usted nunca vio al señor Menéndez tomando ninguna bebida de alcohol? ¿Para nada?
A la señora no.
Mrs. Menéndez, no.
And did you ever see Mr. Menendez drink any
¿Y usted
alcohol at
vio
all?
alguna vez, vio al señor Menéndez tomando alguna bebida de alcohólica?
Cuando tenían reuniones, alguna cena.
Well, when they had people gathering, maybe sometimes for dinner,
But never when they were home alone by themselves.
pero nunca cuando ellos estaban solos. Un momento.
Well, it's vague as to what you're asking.
Que no está
During the
claro
time
lo que
that
está
you were
preguntando.
present and they did not
Durante el
have
tiempo
company,
que
did you
usted
ever
estaba
see
presente
Mr.
y no tenían
Menendez drink
visitas,
alcohol?
¿usted vio al señor Menéndez tomando alcohol? No.
When the Mr. and Mrs. Menendez were in
Cuando
the
el
house
señor
and
y
you
la
were there,
señora
did they
Menéndez estaban en la
speak in
casa y
English
usted
or
estaba ahí,
Spanish?
¿estaban ellos hablando en inglés o en español? English.
And did you ever hear the brothers speak in Spanish?
¿Y usted alguna vez oyó a los hermanos hablando en español? No.
Did you hear the brothers speak to their parents in English?
¿Usted oyó hablar a los hijos, a los padres en inglés?
Sí.
Yes.
And is it true that you could not understand what was being said?
¿Y es verdad de que usted no podía entender lo que se estaba diciendo? No.
All right, again, you asked the question in a way that
I
answers
think that's true.
intelligible.
Did you ever hear
¿Usted alguna vez
any
oyó
conversations
alguna
between the
conversación
Menendez brothers
entre
and
los
their parents
hermanos
that you
Menéndez
could
y sus
understand?
padres que usted pudiera entender? No.
Were the Menendez parents friendly with their neighbors?
Los padres Menéndez, los señores Menéndez se llevaban bien con sus vecinos. Un momento, que sí conteste.
No tenían, pues acababan de llegar, no tenían allí los vecinos, no.
Well, they didn't have any. Well, they had just arrived. Well, the neighbors, no.
Did you ever hear anyone in the
¿Usted alguna
home
vez oyó a
arguing about
alguien en la
money?
casa alegando acerca de dinero? No.
Did the Menendez brothers seem to you to have lots of clothes and money?
Los hermanos Menéndez parecía que tenían mucha ropa y mucho dinero. Yes.
After you went back to the home after the killings, did the police ask to take you somewhere else and speak to you?
Después de que usted regresó a la casa después de que los habían matado, ¿la policía le pidió que ustedes fueran con ellos a algún lado? Yes.
And did they take you to the police station and take your fingerprints?
¿Y le llevaron a la jefatura de la policía y le tomaron las huellas digitales? Yes.
And did they ask to see your immigration papers?
¿Y le pidieron ver sus papeles de inmigración? Que no
Sustain.
conteste.
Could I approach on this and make an offer of proof?
Un momento.
Did you ever hear Lyle or
¿Alguna vez
Eric
oyó a Lyle
yell
o
or
Eric
talk back to their
gritar
parents?
o a contestarle feo a los papás? No.
And did you ever, during the whole time you were there, see anything unusual between the members of the family?
Y mientras todo el tiempo que usted estuvo ahí, ¿vio algo raro durante
Sustain.
con cualquiera de los miembros de la familia? Que no conteste.
During the time that you lived in
Durante
the
el tiempo
home,
que usted vivió en la casa,
did you ever hear or
¿usted
see
alguna vez
anything
vio,
that attracted
vio
your
algo que
attention?
le llamó su atención?
Pues todo me parecía normal.
Everything seemed normal.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Examination on behalf of Eric Menendez.
Ahora con respecto a
Thank you,
Eric
madam.
Menéndez, la abogada le va a hacer preguntas.
Mrs. Suria, you said that you would
Señora
go to your
Suria,
room
usted
each
dice
night
que se iba a su cuarto
at around
todas las
9 or
noches como a las
9:30,
9,
correct?
9:30, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And then you would close the door,
Y luego cerraba la puerta,
Correct.
¿correcto? Yes.
and you would stay in your room,
Y se quedaba usted en su
Until the
cuarto
next morning.
hasta la próxima mañana,
correct?
¿correcto?
You wouldn't go out and roam around the house
Usted no andaba caminando por
at
toda la
night,
casa en la noche.
would you?
¿Sí?
No.
No.
and you wouldn't go upstairs where the family had their bedrooms.
Y usted no iba
during the
arriba,
night.
al piso de arriba,
Isn't
donde
that
la
also
familia
true?
tenía sus recámaras. ¿Eso no es verdad? No.
You did not go upstairs
¿Usted no iba arriba
at night?
en la noche? At night? No.
Okay. Now, when you got up in the morning,
Cuando usted se levantaba en la
what time
mañana,
was that?
¿a qué hora será eso?
7:30 o 8.
7:30 or 8.
And when you got up, had Mr. Menendez already left for work, or was he still at the house?
Y cuando usted se levantaba, ¿el señor Menéndez ya se había ido al trabajo o todavía estaba en la casa?
Todavía está bien.
He was still at home.
Okay, and would he leave for work in the morning?
¿Y él se iba a trabajar en la mañana?
Sí.
Yes.
And would he return from work in the evening?
¿Y él regresaba del trabajo en la noche? Yes.
What time would he generally return from work?
Por lo general, ¿a qué horas llegaba del trabajo?
6:30.
6:30.
Okay, and you wouldn't see him from the time he left till the time he returned, is that
Y usted
right?
no lo veía del tiempo que él se había ido hasta que el tiempo que él regresaba. ¿No es correcto eso? Yes.
Now, you've told us that you were
Usted nos ha
working
dicho
for the
de
family
que
in
ya
August
estaba
of
trabajando en agosto del
1989, and that you
hasta
stayed at the
agosto
home
del 89.
Monday night through
Y
Thursday
que se
night.
quedó de lunes
right?
a jueves en la noche. ¿Es correcto eso?
A viernes.
Well, till Friday.
Yes, you left on Friday.
Se iba el viernes.
Now, during August of 1989,
Durante agosto del
did you have
89.
any days off during the week?
¿Ustedes le dieron algún día que no tenía que trabajar durante la semana? No.
So you were there working at the house during the first week of
Entonces,
August.
estaba usted trabajando
Is that
ahí
right?
en la casa durante la primera semana de agosto. ¿Eso es correcto? Yes.
Okay. And you stayed there.
Y usted se quedó ahí.
For example, August 1st, that was a Tuesday.
Por ejemplo,
You
agosto
stayed
primero,
there
el martes.
Tuesday night.
Se quedó ahí el
Correct?
martes en la noche. ¿Eso es correcto? Yes.
Mrs. Suria, do you remember
Señora Suria, ¿usted se acuerda
visitors coming to the house
Algunas
on August
visitas que
1st?
viniera a la casa agosto
At about
primero,
5 or 6
como a las
in the
5 o
evening.
6 de la noche.
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Did a blonde lady come to the house?
Una mujer rubia vino a la casa. I don't know.
Did a teenager come with the blonde lady and talk to Mrs. Menendez?
No, una jovencita vinieron con la mujer rubia a hablar con la señora Menéndez. I don't know.
In the beginning of August in
Al principio de
1989,
agosto
was
del
there ever a
89,
day
¿hubo algún día,
where the
alguna
house
vez,
was very dark and
cuando la casa
closed?
estaba muy oscura y cerrada? No.
You don't remember, your testimony is that the
¿No
house
se
was
acuerda?
never dark and
O su
closed
testimonio es de que nunca estaba oscuro y
She hasn't finished the
cerrado.
question.
during,
No ha terminado.
during August of
Durante agosto del
1989?
89.
No, nunca estaba oscura. Siempre estaba bien.
No, it was never dark. It was always fine.
Okay, was there ever a day in
Había algún
early
día
August of
en
1989
agosto, al principio de agosto
when
del
Mrs.
89,
Menendez was
cuando la
acting
señora Menéndez
unusual
estaba
and
actuando
confused?
un poco diferente o confundida?
No la miré, yo la miré igual.
No, I didn't see that. I saw her the same.
Okay, do you ever remember a day
¿Usted se acuerda de
in
algún
early
día
August
al principio
1989 when
del
Mrs.
agosto
Menendez
del
was frying
89
fish for dinner?
cuando la señora Menéndez estaba haciendo frito o pescado frito?
No hacía pescado frito.
She
Hacía
didn't
asado.
She didn't do it. She wouldn't fry any fish. She would bake it.
And you weren't there when she told a visitor about frying fish?
¿No estaba usted ahí cuando le dijo a la visita acerca de freír pescado? No,
Now, Mrs. Suria,
señora Suria.
sometime during the summer of
Durante el verano
1989,
del
did Eric
89,
leave to go on a
Eric se
trip?
fue para irse en un viaje. Yes.
And how, was he gone for a period of time during the summer of 1989?
Y él se fue por un periodo de tiempo en el verano del 89. Yes.
And was it your understanding that he was playing tennis?
¿Y usted entendía de que él era porque él estaba jugando tenis?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember when Eric Menendez
¿Usted se
returned from
acuerda
his tennis
cuando
playing?
Eric Menendez regresó de jugar tenis? ¿Qué
Are you
es vaga
referring
la
to this
pregunta?
trip?
Yes.
¿Te está
Why don't you
hablando de
just
este
phrase it
viaje?
that way?
Entonces que lo diga de esa manera.
When Eric went to play
Cuando
tennis
Eric
during
se
the
fue a
summer of
jugar tenis durante el
1989,
verano del
when
89,
did he return
¿cuándo fue que él
from that
regresó
trip?
de ese viaje?
If you know.
Sí sabe. I don't remember.
Now, Mr. Kuriyama asked you
El
about
señor
Mr.
Kuriyama le
Feno,
preguntó acerca del señor Feno,
was living in the
que
house
estaba
when you
viviendo
first
en la
started
casa
working
cuando
for
usted
the
empezó a
Menendez
trabajar para
family.
la familia
Is
Menéndez.
that right?
¿Sí? Yes.
Did Mr.
tiene que
Feno
contestar
live
un
in the
poquito más
gray
fuerte.
room on the second
¿Y
floor
él
of the
tenía,
house?
el señor Feno tenía un cuarto en el segundo piso de la casa?
Sí.
Yes.
And Mr. Feno stayed at the house for about 3 months. Is
Y el
that
señor Feno se
correct?
quedó en la casa como por 3 meses?
Sí.
Yes.
Did either Mr. or Mrs. Menendez act as if they minded Mr. Feno being there in the house?
Y el señor o la señora Menéndez estaban actuando como que no querían que estuviera ahí el señor
Sustain.
Feno, que no conteste.
Did Mr. or Mrs. Menendez say
El
or
señor
do
o señora
anything
Menéndez hicieron o le dijeron algo
toward Mr. Feno
al señor Feno
to cause him to tell him that they wanted him to leave?
para decirle que querían que él se fuera?
Creo sí, porque se fue.
Well, I guess so, because he left.
But before he left, did you see anybody
Pero
say or
antes de
do
eso, ¿usted
anything
vio o oyó a alguien que hiciera o le dijera
to
algo
cause him to leave?
para que él se fuera? No,
Okay, now your room was downstairs, is
su
that
cuarto
right?
era abajo, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
And next to your room
Y
was a
junto a su
room
cuarto está
called
un
the
cuarto
breakfast
que
room.
se llama el donde se desayuna, cuarto para desayunar. Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you
Yo le
about the
quiero preguntar
breakfast room.
acerca de este cuarto donde desayuna uno.
Was there a phone in there?
¿Había un teléfono ahí?
Sí.
Yes.
And did Mrs. Menendez spend a lot of her time sitting in the breakfast room?
Y la señora Menéndez pasaba bastante de su tiempo sentada en el cuarto de donde se desayuna.
No.
No.
She didn't stay during the day in the breakfast room using the phone?
¿No se quedaba durante el día en ese cuarto usando el teléfono?
A veces lo usaba, pero no estaba ahí siempre.
Well, sometimes she would use it, but she wasn't there all the time.
Okay, and when she would use the phone in the
Y cuando
breakfast room,
usaba
did you
el
ever hear her
teléfono en ese
yelling at
cuarto de
anyone?
desayunar, ¿y usted oía si ella le gritaba a alguien?
Sí, pero no la oía. O sea, no. Sí podía oírlo, pero no oía si ella gritó.
Well, yes, but I couldn't hear. Well, I could hear, but I didn't know whether she screamed or not.
Okay, so you said that you heard Mrs. Menendez
Usted
yelling?
dice de que usted oyó a
when
la
she
señora
was using the
Menéndez que
phone
estaba
in the
gritando
breakfast
cuando
room?
estaba usando el teléfono en el cuarto donde se desayuna. No,
Now, Mrs. Suria,
señora Suria.
Lyle lived in the guest house, is that
Lyle
right?
vivía en la casa para huéspedes, ¿no?
Vivía atrás.
He lived behind, yes.
Okay, and to get from the guest house
Y para llegar de la
into the
casa de
kitchen,
huéspedes a la
would you have to
cocina, uno
enter
tenía que
into
entrar
the service
por
area
el área
between the
de
breakfast
servicio
room
entre
and the
donde
maid's
se
room?
desayuna y el cuarto de las sirvientes.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and then would you have to go
Y
into
luego
the
se tendría
breakfast
que ir
room
por el
to
cuarto
get to the
donde el
kitchen?
antecomedor, a la cocina. Yes.
Now, when Lyle came into the house, would he
Cuando
come in
Lyle venía a
generally
la
through the
casa, venía
service
por
area
el lado del
and go into
servicio,
the breakfast room to get to
iba
the
al
kitchen?
cuarto de desayuno o del antecomedor a la cocina.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and did you ever
Y
hear
usted
any
alguna
yelling
vez oyó
between Mrs.
que gritaran
Menendez and
entre el
Lyle
señor, entre la señora Menéndez y
in the
Lyle
breakfast room
en el
area?
cuarto de desayunos? No,
You never heard that during all the time you worked
nunca
at
lo
the
oyó
house?
durante todo el tiempo que usted trabajó en la casa. No,
You never heard any angry words when Lyle would come in
usted
from the
nunca
guest
oyó ninguna
house and go
palabras
through
enojadas
the
mientras que
breakfast room?
pasaba Lyle por la parte del servicio para entrar a la cocina, que sí conteste. No,
Now, Mrs. Surya, you said that
Señora Suria,
the
usted
son
dijo
spoke no
de que
Spanish.
los hijos no hablaban español, que no está diciendo la evidencia,
Well, it does and doesn't, so
Que sí, no.
perhaps you just clarify.
que lo clarifique.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did either of the
¿Alguno
sons speak
de los hijos
Spanish?
Did you
hablar
ever hear them
español?
speak
Did you
Spanish?
ever hear
No,
them
¿usted
speak
alguna
Spanish?
vez los oyó hablando español? No.
Okay. Now, you didn't eat dinner with the family.
Usted no cenaba
right?
con la familia, ¿verdad? No.
Okay. You couldn't understand what they were saying at the dinner table.
Usted no podía entender lo que
Isn't
ellos
that
estaban,
correct?
de lo que ellos estaban hablando cuando estaban cenando, ¿verdad? No.
Well, she certainly wouldn't be speculating if she could understand or not, so objection is overruled on
No,
that
que
ground.
sí, ella está diciendo.
But again, we had a
que
double
entendió,
negative
entonces
here. You
no,
asked
que
it,
doble
and she
negativo.
said no, so it's
Dijo que no.
unclear. You better rephrase the
Ok,
question.
un momento.
It's a double negative kind of day, Your Honor.
There is a certain type of question that if you
Sí,
ask it
varias
and the answer is
preguntas,
no, you don't know what
no,
the
no
answer
se sabe
is,
cuál es la
whether it's yes or
contestación, si
no, so you
contesta o
have
no,
to
así
sometimes
que-
watch those.
Así que hay que cuidarse.
Did you speak English or understand English when you worked at the Menendez house?
¿Usted hablaba o entendía inglés cuando usted trabajaba en la casa de los señores Menéndez? No.
And when the family spoke
cuando la
at
familia
the dinner
hablaba
table, did they
en la
speak
mesa.
in English?
¿Estaban hablando en inglés? Yes.
And the English is a language you didn't understand at the time.
Y el
correct?
inglés es un idioma que usted no entendía en ese. No.
All right? That would be-
Did you understand English? Did you understand what was being said at the dinner table?
¿Usted entendía lo que se estaba diciendo en la mesa cuando estaban cenando? No.
Okay. Mrs. Surya,
Señora Suria,
did you clean the master bedroom
¿usted
area
limpiaba
where the
la
parents
recámara de los señores?
slept?
¿A donde dormían los señores? Yes.
And did you clean the closet area
¿Y
of the
limpiaba
master
el
bedroom?
área de los closets de la recámara de los señores? Yes.
And did you see anything like boxes in the closet area?
¿Y usted veía cosas como cajas en el área de donde estaba el closet?
Sí, había cajas, pero las sacaron porque se acababan ellos de mudar y había ropa de la señora, cosas.
Yeah, there were boxes, but they took them out because they had just moved in and they were clothing from the missus that needed to be taken out.
So during the 9 months that you
Entonces,
worked there,
durante los 9
there were
meses que usted
boxes
trabajó
in
ahí,
the
había
closet
cajas en
area
el
of the
closet
Menendez house
de la casa de los
like they had
Menéndez,
just moved.
como que ya apenas se habían cambiado, que no están diciendo la evidencia, no, que le diga la pregunta
During
de
the
otra
9
manera.
months that you worked there, were
Durante
there
los 9
boxes
meses
in
que
the
usted
closet area
trabajó
of
en
the
esa
Menendez
casa, ¿habían
master bedroom?
cajas
Are
en
you
el
asking, did they
closet?
always have them and they
Yes.
never
Sí,
took
siempre
them out?
los tenían.
Perhaps
Sí.
you can ask it that way.
Entonces que lo pregunte de esa manera.
Did the boxes stay there?
¿Las cajas se
During the 9
quedaron ahí
months you
durante
worked
los 9 meses
at
que
the
usted
house?
trabajó en la casa? No.
When you left the house on
Cuando
August
usted se fue de la
18th,
casa en agosto 18 de 1989,
is it your testimony that
es
there
su
were no
testimonio
boxes
de que ya no habían
in the
cajas
closet area
en el área
of
del
the master
closet
bedroom?
de la recámara de los señores?
Había, no, bueno, no había, ¿cómo le digo?
Well, they were, well, how can I say it?
Sacaron unas, o sea, yo ayudé a desempacar unas, pero sí quedaron algunas.
Well, they did take out some. I helped them unpack some, but some remained.
Okay. And were those in Mrs. Menendez's closet or Mr. Menendez's
¿Y esos
closet?
estaban en el closet de la señora Menéndez o del señor Menéndez?
Era así.
Mrs. Menéndez.
Okay. And in Mrs. Menendez's closet, did you see any rifles?
¿Y en el closet del señor Menéndez usted vio algunos rifles?
Había un viejo.
There was an old one, I think.
Just one or more than one?
¿Solamente uno o más de uno?
No recuerdo. ¿No?
I don't remember.
Mrs. Surya, did you ever see Mrs. Menendez
Señora Suria, ¿usted alguna vez vio al
taking
señor
any
Menéndez
pills while you were there?
quitando algunas ropas mientras que usted estaba ahí? No.
Did you ever see any bottles
¿Usted
of
vio alguna vez algunas
pills while
botellas
you were
de
cleaning the Menendez house?
píldoras mientras que usted estaba limpiando la casa de los señores Menéndez?
Miré unas, pero ella había ido al doctor, que él tuvo un accidente. No, sí.
I saw some. I think she had been in an accident and I think the doctor gave them to her. I don't know.
Okay. Did she tell you that she had been in an accident and the doctor had given her pills?
Ella le dijo que había estado en un accidente y que el doctor le había dado las pastillas.
Sí.
Yes.
And when was it that she told you about the accident and
¿Cuándo
pills the doctor gave her?
fue que le dijo lo del accidente y las pastillas que el doctor le había dado?
Ay, no recuerdo.
I don't remember that.
Was it right after you went to work there, or was
Era-
it in January or the spring? Can you tell us what time of year
¿Era
it was?
cuando había empezado a trabajar ahí o era en enero o en la primavera o cuándo, más o menos?
No
Well.
puedo empezar, pero pues no recuerdo.
Well, it wasn't when I just started, but I don't remember.
And did you, Mrs. Suria, ever see
Señora Suria, ¿usted alguna vez vio
a damaged car or
un
anything
carro
that caused
dañado
you
o
to
algo
believe
así
that there
para que
had been
usted
an accident?
creyera de que sí había pasado un accidente?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, what did you see that caused you to think there had been an accident?
¿Qué fue lo que usted vio para que usted creyera que sí había pasado un accidente?
El carro le pegaron atrás.
Well, the car had been hit from behind.
Okay, and this is around the time that Mrs. Menendez told you that the doctor had given her some pills?
Y esto es durante el tiempo que la señora Menéndez le había dicho que el doctor le había dado unas pastillas.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you see her take those pills?
¿Y usted vio cuando ella se tomaba se tomaba ella las pastillas? No.
Which car was it that you saw was hit from behind?
¿Y al carro de quién era o cuál era el carro al que usted vio que le habían pegado por atrás?
Era el del señor, pero en ese entonces lo andaba ella porque anduvo con algo acá también.
Well, it was the mister's, but she was using it because she was wearing something right here.
She was wearing something
¿A dónde?
Acá.
Here,
Around the neck.
around
por
her
el
neck.
cuello. Yes.
Was there alcohol in the house, Mrs. Suria?
¿Había alcohol en la casa, señora Suria?
Sí, había. Sí.
Yeah, there was.
And your testimony is that you never
Y su
saw
testimonio
Mrs.
es de que
Menendez
nunca vio al señor Menéndez
angry during the time
enojado
you worked
durante el
there.
tiempo que usted trabajó
Is
ahí.
that right?
¿Eso es correcto?
And did you ever
Yes.
see her cry?
¿Y usted alguna vez vio llorando?
No.
No.
Did you ever see her go up to her room
¿Usted la vio alguna
and lock the
vez
door and
ir al
close the door and
cuarto y
stay there for
cerrar
long
con
periods
una
of
chapa
time?
el cuarto y quedarse ahí por mucho tiempo? Yes.
And when she would go up to her room and stay there for long
Y cuando
periods of
iba
time,
a su
would you
cuarto
hear
y se
her
quedaba por
crying?
mucho tiempo, estaba llorando. No, I didn't see.
What about the garage,
Y
Mrs.
lo del
Suria?
garage,
Did you ever
señora
go into the
Suria.
garage
¿Usted
in the
alguna
house
vez
of
iba al
Beverly
garage
Hills?
en la casa de Beverly Hills?
Alguna que
Sometimes.
Okay, and in the garage,
Y en el
were
garage.
there lots of boxes?
¿Había muchas cajas? Yes.
Was the whole garage full of boxes?
¿El garage estaba todo lleno de cajas? Yes.
And did those boxes stay in the garage from the time you first worked there until the time you stopped working there in August of 1989?
Y esas cajas estaban ahí en todo el tiempo de cuando empezó usted a trabajar hasta agosto del 89?
sí.
Yes.
Now, you were at the house and you cleaned
Usted estaba en
Monday
la
through
casa y
Friday,
usted
so the
limpiaba
house,
de lunes a
you kept the
viernes.
house clean, right?
Entonces hacía que la casa estuviera limpia, ¿verdad?
Yes.
Yes.
When you came back again, after being off over the weekend,
Cuando usted regresaba después del fin de semana,
was the house in a different condition than when you
la
had
casa
left
estaba en
it?
diferente condición de como usted
Friday?
la había dejado el viernes.
Sí.
Yes.
It was disorganized.
Estaba
when you came back.
desorganizada, ¿no? Yes.
Okay, and the kitchen was messy when you came
Y la
back.
cocina estaba
on
toda
Monday.
sucia cuando usted
Isn't that right?
llegaba el lunes.
Sí.
Yes.
You said that Mrs.
Usted
Menendez
dijo de
did
que
the
la
cooking
señora
for the
Menéndez
family.
era la que cocinaba para la familia. Yes.
Now, from time to time, would
De vez
Mr.
en
Menendez
cuando
go
el
out of
señor
town on
Menéndez
business?
salía afuera de negocios. Yes.
And when Mr. Menendez was out
Cuando el
of
señor
town,
Menéndez estaba afuera,
Did Mrs. Menendez still cook?
La
or would
señora
she
Menéndez
do
todavía
something else?
cocinaba o hacía otra cosa.
Cuando no estaba él, no cocinaba.
When he wasn't there, he didn't cook. She didn't cook.
Okay, so what about the sons? Did you ever
Y
see
los
them
hijos,
cook?
¿usted alguna vez los vio a ellos cocinar?
Sí, paredes.
Yes, spaghetti.
Anything besides spaghetti?
¿Algo más aparte de espagueti? No,
Thank you, I have nothing further
no
at
tengo
this
más.
time.
David Rex.
¿Tiene alguna otra pregunta? ¿No? Ya se puede bajar.
Marlene Eisenberg. Excuse me? Marlene Eisenberg.
Ms. Eisenberg, on August the 20th of 1989, the day that Mr. Menendez and Mrs. Menendez died, were you Jose Menendez's secretary at Live Entertainment?
Yes,
And had you known Mr. Menendez for a number of years prior to the day of his death?
yes,
Had you known him since approximately 1976?
yes.
And for how many of those 14 years did you actually work for him as his secretary or personal assistant?
7, 8 years in that time frame.
Now, when did you learn that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had been killed? Was that on the Monday, the 21st?
Yes, early when I got into the office.
Now, prior to learning that they had been killed, were you aware of the fact that they had 2 sons?
Yes,
And had you met both of the sons as of that date?
yes,
Now, are you aware of the fact that for a period of time, Lyle Menendez worked at Live Entertainment?
yes,
And were you Mr. Menendez's secretary during the period of time that Lyle Menendez worked at Live Entertainment?
no, I was in New York at that period.
So was there a period of approximately 14 months where you returned from California?
A little bit less than 14, more
All
like probably 12 months.
Now, after you learned that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had been killed, did you begin to make all kinds of arrangements regarding relatives and people coming to the
Yes,
house?
yes, I did.
Did you have a conversation with Lyle Menendez shortly after discovering that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had been killed?
Yes, I did. I
Okay,
had 2.
let me ask you, do you recall what day it was in relationship to when you learned that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had been killed that you had this conversation with Lyle Menendez?
It was not beyond Tuesday. It was either Monday afternoon or sometime during Tuesday following the killings.
And was this conversation with Lyle Menendez over the telephone or in person?
Telephone.
And do you remember if you called him or he called you?
Well, we had 2 phone conversations. One call he returned to me, the other he placed to me. I don't remember which phone conversation this was, whether he was returning my call or whether it was a call that he placed.
All right. And during the course of the phone conversation, did you ask him about his whereabouts during the time of his parents' deaths?
No, I asked him what happened. Not so much, it was more a statement on my part. I just, what happened?
And what did he reply?
He said to me, I don't know, I was in the shower, I didn't hear anything.
Now, shortly after you got this information from Lyle Menendez, did you talk to the police in the case?
Well, do you mean regarding this conversation or just in general?
In general, did you speak to the police shortly after, or at or around the time of this conversation to Lyle Menendez?
I'm sure I must have. I mean, I was speaking to so many people at that point.
Do you recall when the first time it was that you told the police about this particular conversation?
Sometime later. The conversation to me was like a throwaway conversation. It was just, he was in the shower. At that point in time, I hadn't heard that he and Eric were at the movies. They were not under suspicion of anything at that point. It was just a conversation. I remember very clearly my feelings.
Okay, let me ask you, when Lyle Menendez said to you that he was in the shower at the time, do you remember what thoughts went through your mind?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you remember that you had a reaction to what he said to you?
Object, irrelevant.
Yes or no?
Overall, you're going to say yes or no, did you have a reaction?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Eisenberg, on the Friday after you learned that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had been killed, that would have been August the 25th, were you in a limousine traveling somewhere after the memorial service?
Yes.
And who else was in the limousine with you?
Lyle, Eric, and cousin Carlos.
And to the best of your knowledge, is that cousin Carlos Menendez?
I believe so.
Okay. And what is your recollection as to when this conversation occurred? Was it before or after the memorial service?
After the memorial service. I wasn't in the limo with them before.
Okay. And do you remember where you were physically seated inside of the limousine?
Yes, Lyle was to my left, Eric was across from him, Carlos was across from me.
Okay. And what did Lyle Menendez say to you as you were returning from the memorial service?
His right leg was crossed over the front of his left leg, and he said, "Hey, Mozzie, who said I couldn't fill my father's shoes?"
Did you respond to him?
I did. I said, make your own tracks in life. Don't try to fill his shoes. And Lyle said, "You don't understand. These are my father's shoes."
And when he said, "These are my father's shoes," did he make any indication towards his feet?
His foot was kind of flexing. I looked at that. I looked at Eric, who was his muscles were tense in his face. I looked at cousin Carlos.
And then did Lyle Menendez have any conversation with cousin Carlos at that time after he made that comment to you about the shoes?
He did. He then proceeded to discuss a tennis tournament that was taking place and how he wanted to get tickets to the tournament, and this was for the following week.
Do you remember the name of the tennis tournament?
I think it was the U.S. Open.
At the time that you saw Lyle Menendez in this limousine, do you recall whether or not he was wearing a wristwatch?
Well, yes, I do, because I was able to see it, and I had...
Okay. And
Yes.
Could you tell us from what you could see what the watch looked like? Could you describe the...
It was a very nice-looking watch, a very lovely watch.
Well, what was it? Was it a metal strap or was it a...
I don't remember the strap. I remember the face of it, which, God, it was lovely.
Okay, do you know what brand it was?
I really don't, but it was very, very nice.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Eisenberg, you said the conversation about being in the shower took place either Monday or Tuesday after the killings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you be more precise on whether it was Monday or Tuesday?
No, I can't. I had 2 phone conversations with him. I really can't. I remember both conversations.
And when was the first conversation you had with him after the killings?
Monday afternoon or Monday late morning. I had left a message with Detective Zoller at the house, and I asked that one of the boys call me. I wanted to make sure that they were all right.
So it was either Monday late morning or Monday afternoon that he returned the call to you?
Yes.
And could it have been that the conversation about being in the shower took place at that time when he returned the first call?
It's possible.
And when was the next time, if there was a next time, when you had a conversation with Lyle Menendez around that time period?
It would have been the following day.
Would that have been early in the morning?
I don't remember the exact time.
It would have been before you had any conversation with Detective Zoller?
What exactly do you mean?
Let me ask another question. Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Zoller on August 22nd, 1989?
I had many conversations with Detective Zoller. I don't remember exactly. The first one would have been the morning after the killings when I called the house. I later found out he was the... Okay.
Would it refresh your memory any if I told you that Detective Zoller has written a police report in which he indicates that he interviewed you on August 22nd at 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
That's fine.
Is that consistent with your recollection of when you interviewed with Detective Zoller around that time period?
Look, there was many things going on. I don't remember exact time of my interview with him.
And what I'm trying to find out is whether, if that interview took place on August 22nd at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that the conversation with Lyle Menendez concerning the shower took place before the interview with Detective Zoller. Do you have any recollection of that?
No.
But it's your testimony that that conversation about the shower could have taken place at some point on Monday.
I would think that I probably had that conversation. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you testified on direct that it was Monday afternoon or Tuesday, correct?
Right, it would have been one of those days. Now, you're saying I had the meeting with Detective Zoller at 2 o'clock. I don't remember the time. I don't know.
And you have no recollection at all as to whether this conversation with Lyle Menendez took place on Monday or Tuesday?
Correct.
Could it have been on Wednesday or some day later in the week?
I don't think so,
Why don't you think so?
because the second phone conversation I had with Lyle was about the will. He asked me something about a will. He wanted to know what would happen if it wasn't found. He wouldn't have asked me that once the family arrived. He would have gone to them. Why ask me?
So how does that help you date when this conversation about
Because
the
I
shower
know I had 2 phone conversations with him. One was about the shower, and the other one was about the will. Those are the 2. I had many conversations with him. Those are the 2 that stand out.
Now, when did you first tell anyone about the conversation concerning being in the shower?
I spoke to a friend of mine in New Jersey and told her what had happened with Jose. And we talked about it. She asked me where the boys were.
And who was that friend you spoke with?
Friend Gail, who lives in New Jersey.
sorry?
My friend Gail.
Does she have a last name?
Brumale,
Could you spell that for us?
Brumale.
And when did you speak to her?
Either very late Monday or Tuesday.
Late Monday or Tuesday? And
Given the time difference, it would have been late.
would it have been early Tuesday?
No, not necessarily.
Would it have been before or after your interview with Detective Zoller?
I don't know.
And at that time, did you tell her that Lyle had told you that he had been in the shower during the killing?
Yeah, she asked me where the boys were or the kids were, and I told her that one was in the shower and the other one was out, or, something to that. I didn't get into specifics about it.
And do you remember when you interviewed with Detective Zoller, whether you said anything to Detective Zoller on August 22nd at 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
About this conversation? I don't believe I did. It was, as I said, it was a throwaway conversation. I was glad the kids were okay, and I didn't think anything more of it.
What do you mean by a throwaway conversation?
Well, nothing, or at that point in time that I had the conversation, I was not aware of the fact that they were saying they were at the movies. So it was not something I would have, necessarily, I've got to mark that down or remember it. There would be no reason for me to think much more of it than, thank God, the kid was okay, he was in the shower.
Was it also true that you thought you may have misunderstood what you had heard?
Yeah, when I started to read that they both said they were at the movies, I thought, well, maybe I misunderstood. However, shower and movies just doesn't sound the same, and I remember my feelings very clearly after that conversation.
And why did you think you may have misunderstood?
It was easier, wasn't it? If I didn't misunderstand, then what he was telling me was not what he really did, which was he was home and he was not at the movies. Why lie about it if you were there? So it was I just thought, all right, maybe I heard him wrong, but somehow I knew I didn't.
And when, if there was such a time, did you talk about this conversation concerning the shower with anyone other than your friend?
I don't recall. I don't recall whether I spoke to anyone else. I might have. There were a lot of things going on at that point, and I just don't recall whether I spoke to anyone else.
You were having a lot of contact with Detective Zoller during this period of time being late August, correct?
I was having a lot of contact with a lot of people.
Were you having a lot of contact with Detective Zoller during this period of time?
What do you mean?
That's what a lot means.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to. What do you mean by a lot?
Well, more than one?
More than one conversation? Probably.
Yeah,
During what time frame?
Were there several conversations you had with him in late August?
Late August. I don't know, probably. It's possible.
Did you ever tell him during any conversation you had with him around the time this conversation took place what you thought you had overheard?
No, I think I kind of just buried it and lay it down and ignored it. I was too busy to concentrate on one phone conversation with Lyle.
And is it true that the first time that this conversation was brought to your attention after your discussion with your friend was when an investigator for live entertainment contacted you in December of 1989?
I don't recall. It's possible. I really don't remember. I spoke to that investigator several times, if it's the one I'm thinking of. So
Do you remember being contacted by a person named Michael Weber?
I remember Michael Weber.
You do or do not?
Oh, yeah, I remember him.
And do you recall Mr. Weber telling you that he was an investigator hired by the company and that their purpose was to try and shift blame away from live?
Yeah, I would strike that as being hearsay.
This is for the non-hearsay purpose of showing what effect, if any, this had on her. Do you recall when it was that you first had a conversation with Mr. Weber?
No, there were many investigators coming around. He was one of several.
Did he identify himself as being employed by Live Entertainment?
No, he was employed, I believe, by Paladin. Something like that. And I don't recall whether he was employed by Live or Corelco.
Did he indicate to you what the purpose was of his asking you questions?
He was another investigator, I think one of probably 7 who had come through the office, 6 or 7. At the point he showed up, I had just about had it with them. I mean, it was enough. They all had the same answers. I don't know.
And is it true that it was Mr. Weber in December who told you he had heard rumors about Lyle being in the shower during the killing?
I don't recall that conversation.
Do you recall that it was a conversation concerning rumors that led you to recollect this conversation that you said you overheard?
No, I don't recall that either. It was a conversation with my friend Gail. Once again, I don't remember what brought it up, but she said something to me to the effect that, hey, I thought they were at the movies and he was in the shower and we talked about it, and I thought, I did have that conversation, and that's exactly what we talked about.
Do you recall after having a conversation with Mr. Weber in early December that you contacted Detective Zoller and told him that it was as a result of your conversation with Weber that you now remembered something about Lyle being in the shower?
I really don't. I mean, I know I had a conversation with my friend Gail again. It's possible Weber called. I really don't remember.
And you have no recollection of calling Detective Zoller on December 11th and indicating to him that it was a conversation you had with Weber that prompted your memory about this?
No, I
incident in the
remember
shower?
talking to Detective Zoller. No, I don't remember talking with Weber about it, but it's possible. As I said, I spoke to many, many people.
Now, the question is, do you remember talking to Zoller about how it was that you were remembering in December this conversation that took place in August?
No, I remember talking to him, but no.
And what is your present recollection of what it is that Lyle Menendez said about being in the shower?
What he said to me was, you want the exact words? I don't know.
If you remember.
I didn't hear anything. I was in the shower. I don't know what happened. I didn't hear anything. I was in the shower. That was pretty, if not exact, I'm pretty close to it.
And is it your recollection that he was indicating to you he was in the shower during the killings themselves?
Yes.
As opposed to being in the shower afterwards?
Yes.
You're clear on that, correct?
I'm clear that he told me he wasn't aware of what happened. He didn't hear anything.
Now, let me ask you a few questions about the other conversation that you said you overheard in the limousine. That took place on Friday, August 25th, correct?
Right after the service at the Directors Guild.
And is that something that you stuck out in your mind at the time the statement was made?
Yes.
And who is the first person in the Beverly Hills Police Department or working with the prosecution that you told that statement, that you
Well,
indicated you had overheard that statement?
Would have been Detective Zoller.
And when did you first tell Detective Zoller that you overheard that
I
conversation?
don't recall.
Well, was it in 1989 that you told him that?
It was, yeah, I would think so.
And what date was it roughly that you think you told him?
I don't know.
Was it in the week of around August 25th, shortly after you overheard the conversation?
Probably soon afterwards. It was a very bizarre conversation, and
Something that stuck out in your memory, and you, of course, told Detective Zoller about it shortly after it happened?
I believe so. I was also extremely busy, and I can't pinpoint dates. There were a lot of things going on at that point, a lot of people coming and going in the office. So I can't pinpoint the date, but it would have been in '89.
And you're sure of that you did convey that information
89?
to Detective Zoller?
Yeah.
Do you recall calling him at several points in time after August 25th and leaving messages for him or having phone conversations with him?
I'm sure I did.
You remember calling him on March 8th, 1990?
I couldn't tell you that dates.
Remember calling him on August 5th, 1990? September 7th, 1990?
As I said, I wouldn't know the dates.
Would those dates be a time when you may have told him about this conversation you said you overheard?
What conversation?
The conversation that took place in the limousine?
It could have been any one of those times. I really don't know.
Right. Isn't it true that the first time you told anyone about that conversation was on November 21st, 1993?
What conversation that
The
took?
conversation that took place in the limousine.
I doubt that.
And you had just left the memorial service when this conversation took place?
Yes, we were on our way to the Bel Air Hotel.
And was the statements that you overheard Lyle Menendez made loud enough so that Carlos Menendez could have heard them?
I would think so. Carlos looked at me. We looked at each other, so he probably did hear it.
Did Eric Menendez look at you?
No, Eric was looking out the window.
And do you recall what kind of shoes he had on that day?
Yes, they were a loafer with a tassel.
Do you know Mrs. Maria Menendez?
Yes?
And was she in the limo during the time that you say this conversation
No.
took place?
Just the four of us were in the limo and the driver.
Service?
No, I believe I may have gone with Dave Campbell in his car. I don't recall taking a limo there.
You seem to have some doubt about that.
I hadn't thought about how I'd gotten there.
That's all I have. Sir.
No, Your Honor.
Did you attend the services in Princeton?
Yes.
And do you recall whether you took a limo to the services in Princeton?
I believe we walked.
And who did you walk with?
My three Davids, three of the men I worked with at Live, three associates.
And did you leave the service in Princeton in a limo?
No,
How did you leave?
I had a rented car. I rented a car and drove to New York.
Did you leave by yourself?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Right.
Ms. Eisenberg, did you know Jose Menendez?
Yes.
And were you his either secretary or personal assistant at the time of his death?
Yes.
What was your job title?
Excuse me?
What was your job title?
Besides office wife, assistant to the chairman of the board.
All right, and you worked at Live Entertainment, is that correct?
Yes.
When was it that you first met Mr. Menendez?
In 1976 at Hertz Corporation.
And at the time, both of you were working at Hertz, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you first met him, were you working for him or just you both worked for the same company?
No, we both worked in the same division.
And of the 14 years that you knew Mr. Menendez, how many of those years did you actually work for him?
Between probably 6 and 8 years, 7 and 8 years. I'd have to really sit down and figure it out.
When Mr. Menendez moved to California to take another job, did you come to California to work for him?
Yes, I did.
And was that in 1986?
Yes, it was.
And between 1986 and 1989, did you return to the New York area for a period of time and
Yes.
then come back?
Yes.
Approximately when was it that you left and came back?
I left, I believe it was April 2nd or 1st, or the last day in March, and returned to work April 25th.
Was that at the same year?
No, 89.
All right, so you left in 88,
In 88, returned in 89.
so you were gone approximately a year.
Right.
And when you came back, you continued to work for Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
Would you describe how Mr. Menendez treated you?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
It's vague as to what you mean. Why don't you rephrase the question?
Was Mr. Menendez abusive towards you when you worked for him?
Not at all.
Your Honor, it's irrelevant.
Overall.
Pardon me?
Not at all.
All right. Did you ever see him in meetings where he was hard on other people or abusive towards other people?
Hard, yes.
And did you ever say anything to him about it?
Once in a while, not always, if I thought he was a little tough and if the situation would lend itself to my saying something. Otherwise, I didn't.
Okay, but you did on occasion say something to him, is that?
Yes.
Okay. And during the period of time that he worked for you, would you describe his work habits? Excuse me, I said he worked for you. During the period of time that you worked for him, would you
Sometimes people thought that, yes.
okay, but during the period of time that you worked for him, what were his work habits like? Let's just limit your testimony to when he was in California. Was he lazy?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the question on relevance and vagueness.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Okay, Mr. Roger Smith came in and testified. Do you know Mr. Smith?
Yes, I do.
All right, and was Mr. Menendez a lazy person?
Not at all.
Object against the form of the questioning.
I can make
The
an...
previous reference as not a question.
All right, it's vague as to what you're referring to, so objection sustained, the answer stricken.
All right. How many hours a day did Mr. Menendez work?
Well, he usually started, not every day, most days. He would have a breakfast meeting about 8:30 out of the office, would then come into the office, would have many meetings after hours, would go to screenings after hours, and then dinner with the people he was with. So you could say his day started around 8 or 8:30, and on many, many occasions ended after 9 o'clock at night.
Did Mr. Menendez have a sense of humor?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Overall.
Absolutely. A very good sense of humor.
Was he a tough CEO?
Yes, he was. He wasn't running a day camp. He was running a company,
Okay.
and he was tough.
Now, as his assistant, did you answer his telephone?
Yes.
And did he have a lot of women calling who appeared to be girlfriends
Question is vague as the time.
during the time that you worked for him?
14 years.
I'm sorry, I think I've limited her testimony to California.
All right, why don't you do it again?
Okay.
He appeared to be girlfriends, tells the conclusion of the witness.
Overall.
All right. During the period of time that you worked for Mr. Menendez here in California at Live, excluding the year that you were in New York, did it appear, you answered his phone, right?
I was the only one who answered his phone.
And did it appear to you that there were a string of women calling who appeared to be girlfriends versus business associates?
Not at all.
Okay. You were aware of the fact that Mr. Menendez had had an affair during the course of his marriage?
Yes.
Now, after Mr. and Mrs. Menendez died, did you go to the memorial service in California?
Yes.
And at the memorial service, did Lyle Menendez speak?
Yes, he did.
Can you describe the kinds of things he spoke about?
You object to this?
Not to approach her.
All right.
Ms. Eisenberg, did you consider Jose Menendez to be a lazy worker?
Not at all.
Did he work you hard?
Well,
I'm going to object to that. It's irrelevant.
Sustain, let's move on.
Ms. Eisenberg, did you attend a memorial service in Princeton as well as the memorial service in California?
yes,
And at the memorial service at Princeton, did Lyle Menendez speak on behalf of his parents?
yes,
Did Lyle Menendez speak lovingly of his father during that memorial service?
yes, in fact.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay. Now, Ms. Eisenberg, you knew Mrs. Menendez, is that correct?
yes,
Did you spend time with Mrs. Menendez after the family moved to California?
yes, I did.
Would you say you spent more time with her before you went back to New York or after you returned in April of '89?
Well, before we had more time.
Okay. And did you like Mrs. Menendez?
Very much.
What kind of activities briefly did you do with her in that period of time between 1986 and when you returned to New York in April of '88?
We had several lunches. We went out to dinner on occasion. I went to screenings with her on occasion. We went shopping, things for the office.
Now, during the period of time that you knew Mrs. Menendez between 1986 and 1989, did you ever hear her use abusive or profane language?
Never, never.
Now, I take it that if you were the only person who answered the phone for Mr. Menendez, that you answered the phone on occasion when his wife would call. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you ever answer the phone when it appeared to you that Mrs. Menendez's speech was slurred?
yes,
Were you ever aware of what that was caused from?
I felt it was either, my feeling was it was probably pills, but I had no way of knowing.
All right. Now, when this would occur and she would call and her speech was slurred, would you notify Mr. Menendez of that fact?
Absolutely.
Did you ever go driving in a car where Mrs. Menendez was the driver?
Usually when we went out, she was the driver. In fact,
And-
probably always when we went out.
And when she drove, did you ever fear for your life because of her driving?
Not at all.
Now, do you remember what day was the last day that you saw Mr. Menendez alive?
Well, it would have been in that Friday before they were killed.
And
I move to strike the answer, Your Honor. I think it's beyond personal knowledge.
Overruled.
It would have been.
Overruled.
It was that Friday.
now, when Mr. Menendez came to work, was he always in the same mood, or could you tell if he was in a bad mood?
Oh, I could tell.
All right. And do you have any specific recollection about Mr. Menendez being in a bad mood the last day that you saw him?
No, to what I recall of that day, it was like every other day he was fine.
So there was nothing out of the ordinary that you noticed about his mood on August the 18th of 1989. Is that correct?
Not at all. Nothing.
Now, did Mr. Menendez ever brag to you about his son's achievements in tennis?
Not brag, but he was very proud when they did well, and he was very upbeat, and he would talk about it, and not so much bragging as just being pleased with the fact that they did well.
Did you like Mr. Menendez?
Very much.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Eisenberg, you told us here your name is Marlene, but everybody calls you Marzi, don't they?
Right.
Okay. There's been other witnesses who have testified about this Marzi person. I wanted to just establish it's you. I'd like to take you back, if I can, to when you first met Mr. Menendez in 1976. You said you worked for Hertz then?
Yes.
And were you secretary at that time?
Yes.
And who was your boss?
Well, when I started, or at the point that
When you met Mr. Menendez?
I was working with the controller, Bob Kelly.
And how long did Mr. Menendez work for Hertz before he was moved to RCA?
I don't know exactly how long.
Well, did you ever become his secretary while he worked at Hertz?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think the end of '79.
And did he have another secretary at that time as well?
Yes.
And was that Mr. John Peduto?
Yes.
And was Mr. Peduto his secretary in 1976, 77, and 78?
Yes.
And did you and Mr. Peduto sort of become Mr. Menendez's dual secretaries?
Yes.
And how long was it that he had two secretaries?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Well, are you aware of the fact that the affair that Mrs. Menendez ultimately learned of began during the time that both you and Mr. Peduto were Mr. Menendez's secretaries?
Yes.
And where was Mr. Menendez working at the time that this affair, as far as you know, first started?
I believe it hurts.
And do you know what year it was that it started?
No, I don't recall.
But when did he leave Hertz for RCA?
I think 80, 81, around 81, I believe.
And when he left Hertz now Hertz was owned by RCA, is that
Yes.
correct? And he left Hertz after Mr. Joe Vittoria became president of the company?
Which company?
Hertz.
I think it was about that time.
And there was like a nasty turf war going on between Mr. Menendez and Mr. Victoria, and Mr. Menendez lost. Isn't that true?
Objection, calls for comparison, lack of foundation, assumes fact not in evidence.
Sustained. It's also irrelevant.
Isn't it true that at every place that Mr. Menendez worked, he had personal conflicts with the people on his same level or whose jobs he was after?
Objection, calls for conclusion and argumentative.
Well, it does call for conclusion on the part of the witness. You have to rephrase the question.
Well, let me start back then. You remember when Joe Vittoria became the boss at Hertz?
Vaguely. Yeah.
And do you remember there was conflict between him and Mr. Menendez?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained. Let's move on to something more contemporary.
Well, I have to do it chronologically. Do you then remember that Mr. Frank Olson, who was the chairman of the board, moved Mr. Menendez from Hertz to RCA?
Objection, calls for hearsay and irrelevant.
Sustained. Let's, as I said, get to something more contemporary.
Did you move with Mr. Menendez to RCA?
Not at that point.
Did Mr. Peduto move with him to RCA?
Yes, he did.
And did you ultimately join Mr. Menendez at RCA?
Yes, I did.
And when did you join him at RCA?
83.
So there was a period of a couple of years when you didn't work for him in there.
I think it was not quite 2 years.
And to the best of your knowledge, all through that time, from 79 through 83, Mr. Peduto did remain as Mr. Menendez's secretary.
Yes.
Now, when did you become aware of the fact that your boss was having an affair?
Objection, answer.
Overruled.
I don't even recall when. I couldn't answer that.
Was it during the time that Mr. Peduto was also a secretary for Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Peduto remained Mr. Menendez's secretary until what year?
I think it was late 85. He retired. I really don't remember the date. 85.
About 6 months before Mr. Menendez left RCA?
Probably. Give or take a few. I don't remember when.
Okay, and you remained as Mr. Menendez's secretary after Mr. Peduto retired?
Yes.
And then Mr. Menendez left RCA when?
86.
And he left RCA, did he not, after Elliot Goldman became head of RCA, replacing Bob Summers?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
And isn't it true that Mr. Menendez hoped that he would replace Bob Summers and then proceeded to have a turf war with Elliot Goldman?
Objection, assumes fact.
Sustained. It's irrelevant. Let's move on to something else.
Now, in 1986, when did Mr. Menendez leave RCA?
Well, it would have been, he came out to California, I believe it was July, so, May or June, I guess it was. Something in that time frame. I don't remember exactly when.
Do you remember when the Menendez family, Kitty and Jose and Eric, moved to California?
Well, when you say moved, do you mean totally moved or traveled back and forth moved? I don't know when they sold their house in Jersey.
Okay, well, let's just back up. At some point, all three of them were here living together in some sort of residence, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And was
Yes.
it your understanding their first place of abode here was in Oakwood Apartments?
Yes.
And do you know when they leased or moved into the Oakwood Apartments?
Objection, vague as to vague.
Overruled.
Well, that was very early on in '86 when they came out here, when he started. I would say probably July, August,
So
September. I don't think it was beyond that.
Sometime in July or August is when the family leased the Oakwood
I
Apartments?
think so, within a few months.
And then it took some time, a month or two, before the furniture came out?
I don't recall when the furniture came out.
Do you recall when they first rented the house in Calabasas, the rented house?
It seemed like they were in Oakwood forever, although I don't think that was the case.
It feels that way living in Oakwood, though.
It did.
Yeah.
But
Okay, so you don't know how long they were living in Oakwood before they found a house to rent?
I really don't remember the time frame. It wasn't that, it was in 6 months, I guess. I don't know exactly when.
And now, you remember, do you not, that Eric enrolled at Calabasas High School?
Yes.
Is it your recollection that he enrolled at the start of the school year, the fall of '86?
I think so. Yeah, I would say so.
In fact, weren't there times, Ms. Eisenberg, when you would take Eric to school before he had his driver's license?
No, I didn't take him. I would pick him up. Yes.
And were there times you'd pick him up from tennis?
Yes.
And when you picked him up, if you can remember, where'd you take him home to?
I'd pick him up. We'd pick up lunch. He'd come back to the office. Sometimes I took him, I think, to tennis. I don't remember exactly.
And when he'd come back to the office, would Mr. Menendez be there?
Yeah, generally he was in a meeting, and that's why I was picking him up.
And was there a space set aside in the office for Eric to do homework or schoolwork at?
Yes, we had some vacant area, another office.
And he would do his work there?
I believe so.
And then sometimes you take him from there to a tennis lesson?
As I recall, yeah, I remember picking him up at tennis, and I'm pretty sure I took him on several occasions. It was not an everyday occurrence, so I didn't concentrate on it.
Do you remember ever taking him home at the end of the day?
Where would I have taken him? I just don't remember.
Okay. Let's go back, though, now to the beginning of the affair. You're not sure when you first learned of it, correct?
Right.
And did the mistress, if you will, have a code name at the office?
Yes.
And what was her code name?
Lou Miller.
L-O-U-M-I-L-L-E-R?
Yes.
And who told you who Lou Miller was?
Your Honor, I object to this as being irrelevant beyond the scope of that.
Overruled as to that question.
I would think it was probably John Peduto.
And did you ever discuss Lou Miller with Jose Menendez?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
What time frame are we talking about?
At any time.
Out here.
Is that yes in California?
In California.
Okay. And were you led to believe by Mr. Menendez that Lou Miller or Louise Maloney was no longer in his life when he was here in California?
Yes.
So during the time that he was having this affair with this woman, he never discussed it with you? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Now, do you know if Mr. Peduto had the task of making arrangements for Mr. Menendez to see or spend time with Lou Miller?
Objection, irrelevant, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Did you ever make arrangements for Mr. Menendez to see or spend time with or travel with Louise Maloney?
No.
Irrelevant.
Overruled, the answer will stand.
Now, you became aware, did you not, Ms. Eisenberg, that when in California, Kitty Menendez learned of this affair?
Yes.
Now, you don't know exactly when it was Kitty learned it, whether she learned it before she came to California or after, do you?
I'm not sure.
But you found out that she knew about it when they were living in California.
Yes.
And how did you find out?
Jose told me.
Did you ever discuss Jose's affair with Kitty?
No.
Did you notice a change in Kitty after they moved to California, an emotional change?
Well, I didn't spend any time with her in New York, so I wasn't that much aware of her behavior there.
So
But
you'd never spent time with her in New York, is that?
we spoke a lot.
On the
And-
phone?
Yes. So to me, there was a change in the tone in the conversations and her behavior.
Okay, so you did notice a change in California. Did she seem upset, depressed,
Upset. Troubled.
troubled? Did she seem obsessive?
Judge, call for a conclusion on part of the witness.
Sustained.
Did you see her participate in behavior that you characterized as obsessive?
Yes.
And would you describe what the behavior was that you thought was obsessive?
Checking phone logs or a Rolodex or looking through a desk.
Phone logs, we're talking about home or the office?
The office.
And whose phone logs was she checking?
Mine.
And were those logs that recorded the telephone calls coming to her husband?
Yes.
And when you say she was checking a desk, was she checking your desk or his?
Well, his desk. I don't think she would have gone through my desk.
And did she indicate to you what she was looking for?
Not really, no.
And did you think you knew what she was looking for?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Was there a rule in the office that Mr. Menendez imposed about how to maintain the telephone log so as not to have Mrs. Menendez know when any female called?
Well, it was not so much his rule as something I did. He was very concerned about her not getting upset. So I would use only initials for most people.
So if phone calls came in, you would just put the initials down?
Well, first initial.
Okay. And was that because Mrs. Menendez came in frequently and you never knew when she would be going through the desk or looking at the phone logs?
Yes.
And would you say she came in at least 2-3 times a week?
No, I don't think so.
Once
It
a week?
depended upon what was going on.
How often did you see her doing this searching, this obsessive behavior?
Certainly not every visit. In the beginning, when she first found out, it was more often. That seemed to taper off also as time went by.
Now, you then left for an entire year, April 88 to April 89, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you see Mrs. Menendez at all after you came back in April of 89?
I did. She came up to the office to see me.
When was that?
The day I got back, April 25th.
Did you see her again after that?
Probably.
Do you have any recollection of it?
She was up the office. I remember her wearing white slacks and a white shirt. She came up. I can't pinpoint it. It wasn't out of the ordinary.
Was that a day that she searched for phone records or anything? Or did she?
I don't remember that behavior when I returned.
Now, did you know whether or not she was in therapy?
I knew that she was.
And did you know whether or not Mr. Menendez had actually gone and seen the therapist with her?
Objection, beyond the scope and irrelevant.
Overruled.
I believe I was aware of it.
Did he ever indicate to you in California that there had actually been other affairs that his wife still didn't know about?
Not that I was aware of. No, he never indicated anything to me.
And did you know a woman named Ruth Robinson?
At RCA.
Yes, you knew her when Mr. Menendez worked at RCA?
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't know her. I spoke to her on the phone.
Did she work at RCA, or was she someone that he knew when he worked at RCA?
No, she was either, and I don't remember whether she worked for the Hollywood Reporter or she represented someone. She had something to do with the industry, the record industry.
And when Mr. Menendez was at RCA, at least in the last few years, he was in the record division, correct?
Yes.
How many times did you visit their home when the Menendezes lived on the East Coast?
Not at all.
How many times did you see their children engaged in sports activities when the Menendezes lived on the East Coast?
How often did I see them?
Yes.
I didn't.
And with respect to the West Coast, you said that's when you actually started to see Mrs. Menendez rather than just talk to her on the telephone. Is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
Did you ever visit the home in Beverly Hills?
No, I was away when they moved into the house.
And between April and August, you didn't have any occasion to go there. Is that correct?
That's right.
And did you visit the home in Calabasas, the rented house?
Yes.
Just for clarity, they never moved into the house they bought in Calabasas.
No, they didn't.
Did you ever go to that house, though, while it was under renovation construction?
Yes.
And did that house seem to take up a lot of Mrs. Menendez's time?
There's speculation.
Sustained.
Now, you've testified to Mr. Menendez's work hours. Did you, were you familiar with whether or not Mrs. Menendez would call him often to talk about what to have for dinner?
Objection Vegas to time.
Be a little more specific.
We're talking California.
What to have for dinner? No, she called frequently. I spoke with her every day.
Would she call about dinner?
Not that I'm aware of. You know.
Would you say that the last 2 years he went home after work rather than off doing other things?
Well, he went home or he went to meetings outside the office and then went home, or they went to screenings.
And how many weekends did he work?
None that I'm aware of.
And
Or,
isn't-
wait, excuse me. On occasion, there might be a Saturday morning if someone was coming into town who we had to meet with. Otherwise, he didn't work weekends.
And wasn't that unusual in the entertainment business for a big executive not to work weekends?
Objection irrelevant what the foundation.
Overall.
Can you repeat that, please?
Isn't it unusual in the entertainment industry for the head of an entertainment company, which he was, to not be working on weekends?
Unusual? I don't
Yes.
know. I don't know. I couldn't answer that. I don't know what other people do.
Okay. And you said that his day started at 8 or 8:30, but that's only if he had a breakfast meeting, correct?
Which was frequent.
By the way, what happened to his calendars from live entertainment?
I probably threw them out at some point.
Did you give them to Detective Zoller before you threw them out?
Did I give them to him? They were there. Many people looked at them.
My question is, did you specifically make them available to Detective Zoller?
They were available to him, yes.
Did you know if he copied them?
I don't recall. I don't know.
But it's your recollection that you wound up having them and threw them away?
I would have thrown them out at the point that I cleaned out everything, which was 7, 8, 9 months, a year later, when I emptied out files and things. If they were still in the office at that point, I would have presumed that no one needed them any longer.
But you don't really remember doing that, do you?
Doing what?
Throwing them away.
I think I did.
Okay. Do you think you know when?
It would have been down, quite some time later.
Now, you were the one who would keep track of it. You would make the entries in his calendar, correct?
Yes.
They'd be in your handwriting.
For the most part, yes.
All right. When he was at RCA, did he have those big red calendar books with the year stamped on the outside?
He did.
They were called Standard something or another. Did he have the same kind of calendar book at Live?
I think so.
Let's assume, hypothetically, that there were weekdays when Mr. Menendez did not have breakfast meetings. What time would he get to the office?
10.
And let's assume, hypothetically, that there were evenings, as I'm sure there were there not, where there were no screenings or dinner appointments.
Right.
And what time would he go home?
6:30.
So there were
Thereabout.
days where there not, where his workday was 10 to 6:30.
On occasion.
And he also, did he not traveled to tennis tournaments that his sons were participating in? Correct?
Yes.
And were you familiar with the practice of traveling, for example, to the Easter Bowl every spring?
Where is it held?
The Doral in Miami.
In Miami. Every spring, I don't know.
Were you aware that in the spring of 1989, Mr. Menendez was at the Doral in Miami?
I knew he was in Florida. I had no way of knowing where he was. I wasn't working with him.
That was the time, though, when you were negotiating to come back, is that correct?
Right.
And that's how you knew where he was, because he wasn't...
I just knew he was in Florida.
And were you aware that he took vacations in August to attend the National Tennis Championships in Kalamazoo?
What year?
Some years. I'm not sure all of them.
I don't remember. I'm sure that may have happened. I couldn't answer that.
Let's talk about 1989.
He did go to Kalamazoo on occasion, yes.
All right, let's talk about 1989. Were you aware of the fact that he went to San Francisco in July for a tournament of Eric's? For a week.
I don't remember.
Do you remember in July, late in July, that he went to Louisville for another week for Eric's tennis tournament?
No, I don't remember at all.
Do you remember Kalamazoo in August of 1989 for yet another week?
No.
Was it Mr. Menendez's practice, both when he worked in New York and here in California, to take a winter vacation, usually a ski vacation?
I remember him taking vacation, going to Mexico, I think ski vacations.
And do you recall that he would also take summer vacations?
Yes.
As Mr. Menendez's personal assistant, did you attend meetings with the other executives of Live?
No, I attended meetings at RCA with him, but not at Live. I didn't have time for that.
So the meetings that he had at Live, you would arrange them, but you wouldn't attend them, is that correct?
Yeah, yes.
Now, you said that Mr. Menendez had a sense of humor.
Yes.
And isn't it true that one large feature of his sense of humor was at other people's expense?
No, I don't think so.
So you would disagree with his family members who testified that he would belittle people and make fun of them?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
You never saw him belittling people and laughing at them and putting them down and laughing about it?
Laughing about it? No, not at all.
Did you ever see him pull practical jokes that were embarrassing to the subjects of them?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall.
No, I don't recall ever seeing him do that.
Did you ever see him or know him to, at parties, tell people falsely that his wife had cancer so they would treat her peculiarly?
I was not at parties with him.
Did you ever know that that was one of his practical jokes?
I've never heard that before.
Did you ever see him silence Kitty with a move of his hand? Kitty! Like that?
Never.
You understand there are numerous witnesses who testified in this case who say they saw that routinely?
Excuse me, that's an argumentative.
Sustained.
So you're saying, would you say that he never did that, or just that you never saw it?
In my presence, I never saw that.
Was it your impression from your contact, from your seeing them interact, that Mrs. Menendez was afraid of her husband?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall.
Not at all.
Did you ever have any reason to believe that he was afraid of her?
What do you mean by afraid? He was concerned about her.
Was he, well, let me ask you this, was he afraid she was going to go off the deep end?
Yes.
And what was the deep end?
My interpretation, I think she would get extremely upset, possibly threaten to commit suicide. I don't really know what went on in their home. He was very concerned about her not getting upset.
Did he ever explain why he was so concerned about her not getting upset?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overall.
Well, I can't remember exact conversations, but in talking with Kitty and with him at different times, she was going through a very bad period in her life. And I think it took very little to set her off.
Okay, but why did Jose care? It was your opinion, was it not, that he didn't love her?
I think he cared about her.
So he didn't want her to kill herself?
I don't think he wanted her to kill herself, no.
You don't think he wanted the embarrassment either, do you?
I don't think embarrassment had anything to do with it.
Let me ask you this. Ms. Eisenberg, you testified that you went to the memorial service in Princeton, correct?
Yes.
And you also went to the memorial service in Los Angeles, correct?
Yes.
And it's true, is it not, that a number of limousines were used in both places to take family and co-workers and others to and from various sites of the services? Is that true?
Well, I'd say probably mostly family. I think co-workers had their own cars.
Okay. You rode in a limousine, however, in Los Angeles.
Only for a particular reason.
Okay. But you did you not?
Yes,
ride in a limousine?
yes.
All right. Now, I want to ask you this. Do you remember at any of these, on either the occasion in Los Angeles or in Princeton, being in a limousine with Martha Cano?
I really don't.
You knew Martha Cano, did you?
Yes.
You knew she was Jose's sister?
Yes.
You knew she was a stockbroker?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach for a moment?
All right.
Now, you said that there were some times when the situation was appropriate, when you would speak to him about his treatment of other people. Is that right?
Not so much speak to him, make a comment or something. That wasn't very often.
And were there times when you felt you could not say anything? It would be unwelcome.
I choose to say inappropriate. He was running a company. It wasn't my place to correct him.
Even if you thought what he was doing was
It
wrong?
wasn't my place to correct him.
Do you know, by the way, if Kuroko issued a commemorative Rambo knife to its executives?
I'm not aware of that.
You didn't get one.
I never heard of it.
Okay. Did you ever see a Rambo poster with Mr. Menendez's face on it?
Sustained. Objection sustained.
Ms. Eisenberg, do you recall on November 21st, 1993, you were interviewed by Mrs. Bozanich and Detective Zoller?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
It was November 21st, 1993, last week. I know, it seems like a long time ago.
A lifetime ago.
A
yes.
lifetime ago. Okay, but do you remember being interviewed by them?
Excuse me?
Do you remember being interviewed by them?
We spoke.
Well, it wasn't in the form of an interview where they took notes when they
Yes.
came? Okay. And did you tell them that Kitty didn't like to be alone and that for the last 2 years, Jose went home after work?
No, Jose didn't like to be alone, which was my impression. I don't know about Kitty's behavior with
Okay.
regards to that.
So Jose didn't like to be alone, and for the last 2 years, he went home after work. Is that what you told them?
Yes, if they didn't have a screening, he went, as far as I knew, he went home.
Okay. And did you also tell them that Kitty would call about dinner?
Kitty called every day.
Okay, but-
About dinner, I don't know.
All right. Now, did you think when when you worked with Jose in New York, that if he didn't have a nighttime meeting, he was also going home?
Sustained.
I have nothing further at this point.
All right, examination by Lyle Menendez.
Ms. Eisenberg, did you say that at some point Jose Menendez was very nervous about Kitty going off the deep end? Is that what you said?
Yes.
When was it that he was very nervous about her going off the deep end?
He didn't want her to become upset over, anything that she might think would upset her. Items. When? 87, 86.
And you were in New York between March of '88 and April of '89, correct?
Yes.
When you came back to California in April of '89, did you notice a change in Mrs. Menendez's physical appearance? Did she seem to have changed during the 14 months that you were away?
No, not to me. She looked the same.
And did you notice anything different in her behavior
I
from
didn't.
when you were there before?
Well, I didn't really get an opportunity to spend time with her. When I came back, a lot of things were happening in the company. I was extremely busy, and before we really had any amount of time together, she was killed.
Now, you said on direct examination that although Jose Menendez was not abusive toward you, he was hard on others. Do you recall that testimony?
All right.
And can you give me an example of how he was hard on others?
Again, if he felt someone was not telling him a straight story or giving him the truth or was, trying to candy coat something, he would push for answers.
And do you remember when you had a conversation with Ms. Bazanich and Detective Zoller on November 21st, 1993, that you told them that Jose Menendez had few friends and that he exercised control on everyone in the office?
No, I said he had few friends, many acquaintances, and that he had a finger on everything that was happening in the office, not control.
And if they wrote that down, that is not what
No,
you said?
I pointed it out. That wasn't. It was a finger on everything.
Now, is it true that Jose Menendez hated change around him?
Calls for speculation on part of the witness.
You testified that Jose Menendez was not abusive toward you, correct?
Yes.
However, if things in his work environment changed, would he indicate in some way that he was displeased?
Sustained.
You recall making some notes of your characterizations of Jose Menendez.
Yes.
Overall, the answer will stand.
You recall characterizing him
All
as
right,
some...
if it relates to the same question you just asked before that I sustained an objection to, the objection is still sustained, even if she'd made a statement before. But
Could I make an offer of proof as to that, Your Honor?
if it's the same thing, then it's still irrelevant. So
Well, it's not the same. The offer of proof is different than the question. Just
Right.
want to state the relevancy of it for the court.
All right, why don't you ask something else? And,
That was my last question.
okay, then you may approach
All right.
and do that. All right, and there'll be brief redirect examination, as I understand it, and then there's going to be some very brief testimony before the Eric Menendez jury only with this witness, and then we'll go on to the next witness. So we're almost through with this witness.
Eisenberg, you indicated on cross-examination that there were occasions when you picked up Eric Menendez at high school.
Yes.
And why was it that you were picking him up? Where was his mother?
To my knowledge, she was in New Jersey.
When Mr. Menendez first came to California, did he come out here before his wife?
To work here, yes. I mean, she came with him and went back.
Did she often leave California and go back to New Jersey during the first couple of months that he was out here?
Yes.
And my last question is, you indicated that on occasion when Mrs. Menendez was called that her speech was slurred. Did you notice this before you went back to New York in '88, after you came back in '89, or both?
Before I left in '88.
So somewhere between 1986 and 1988?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, anything else on that limited redirect? All right, what we'll do then, since there has been the indication it'll be very short testimony before the blue jury, is I'll ask that the gold jury, rather than going to your jury room, just go into this jury room, invade the domain of the other jurors. Don't touch anything in there. And we'll have you out in just a couple of minutes, and then we'll proceed. Gold jury has left. Ms. Abrahamson.
I just wanted to ask with the giggling.
All right, we have giggling in the audience, a jury in the audience, and some loud conversation in the jury room. Must be a reaction to what's in the jury room.
Critiquing your
I can only imagine what it is.
Can I go there?
I just wanted to ask you two questions, Ms. Eisenberg. First of all, do you recall a time some months after Kitty and Jose died when Eric came up to the office?
Yes.
And could you describe what his demeanor was like when you saw him on that occasion?
He was quiet. We sat and talked for a while. He commented to me that he thought his mother was pathetic. I tried to explain to him that she was troubled, and we cried together.
And did he ask you a question?
Yes, he asked me when the pain would go away.
And is it your best recollection that this conversation with him was sometime after October?
I believe so.
And just one other thing, in your opinion, over the course of the years that you knew him, was Eric Menendez just a nice kid?
I would think so, for the most part, yeah.
That's how you described him? Mm-hmm. Did you know?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any questions? No. All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused.
Karen Farrell. Farrell.
Mrs. Farrell, at the time of her death, were you a friend of Kitty Menendez's?
Yes.
And how long had you known her as of August the 20th of 1989?
Approximately 6 years.
All right, and when is it that you first met her?
When they came out to California to move into their house, I met the boys and Jose and Kitty. They came over to our house for dinner.
And how was it that you became acquainted? Was there some sort of association between your son and the Menendezes?
Yes, my son was a nationally ranked junior player, and Lyle and Steve played in the Nationals.
All right, and when you say he was nationally ranked junior player, is that in tennis?
Yes.
Okay. Are you nervous?
Yeah.
Okay. Take a deep breath. Okay. Mrs. Farrell, I believe then you met Mrs. Menendez when the family moved to California. Is that correct?
Correct.
And was that in approximately 1986 to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. So when you said you knew her 6 years as of 1989,
No.
would that be a mistake?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. After Mrs. Menendez moved to California, how would you classify how your friendship became? In other words, were you close friends with her?
Yes. Played a lot of tennis, horseback rode, went out to lunches, just spent a lot of time together.
And when Mrs. Menendez and her family moved to Beverly Hills, did you continue to remain friends with her?
Yes.
And after the family moved to Beverly Hills, how often would you see Mrs. Menendez?
Oh, 2 or 3 times a month,
And before the family moved to Beverly Hills, did you see her more frequently?
about once a week.
When you saw her, when the family lived in Calabasas, would you see her inside of her home? Did you ever go visit her at her home in Calabasas?
Yes.
Did you ever see her around her children?
Yes.
After the family moved to Beverly Hills, did you see Mrs. Menendez around her children?
Yes.
And I take it you see Mrs. Menendez's children in court here today?
Yes.
Okay. And when you knew Eric and Lyle Menendez in 1986, 87, and up to 89, did you like them?
Very much.
Now, did you ever attend any tennis matches at which either Eric or Lyle Menendez played?
Yes.
Could you tell us on approximately how many occasions, if you recall, you went to tennis matches where either Eric or Lyle Menendez were playing?
Maybe half a dozen.
And were you ever there when Mr. or Mrs. Menendez were present during their sons playing?
Yes.
Were you there when Mr. Menendez was watching his sons play?
Yes.
And were you there when Mrs. Menendez was watching her sons play?
Yes.
Do you remember about when the last time was that you went to a tennis match with either one of the parents?
June of 89.
And do you remember which of the sons was playing?
Lyle was playing my son Steve.
Do you remember where that particular match was?
Arcadia.
Arcadia, California?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Mrs. Menendez react to her sons losing a tennis match?
I saw the reaction, yes.
And when you say the reaction, is that Mrs. Menendez's reaction?
Both.
Excuse me, is that whose reaction?
Mrs. Menendez's reaction. By both, do you mean Mr. Menendez as well?
Yes.
And in relationship to seeing one of their sons lose a tennis match, how would Mr. Menendez react that you saw?
Fine, better than most tennis parents react.
And then as to Mrs. Menendez, how did she react?
Just fine.
Okay. Now, you didn't know the Menendezes when they lived on the East Coast, is that correct?
No.
Did you ever, pardon me? Oh, I do it, all right. I'm sorry, I did a double negative. Did you know the Menendezes when they lived on the East Coast?
No, I did not.
Thank you. All right. Now, did you ever see any discussions between Mr. Menendez and his son Lyle, which appeared to be heated?
A couple of times in the Calabasas house, they saw discussions.
Could you describe what you actually saw? What were Mr. Menendez doing and what was Lyle Menendez doing?
They were just talking very close, face to face, and just like they were having a very heated conversation, but there was no yelling or any upsetments. It just looked like they were having an intense conversation.
Were you able to hear the actual words uttered?
No.
Okay. Did you see anything happen at the conclusion of either of these two discussions?
I just saw Jose pat him on the shoulder, and that was all.
Now, how would you describe Mrs. Menendez in terms of her warmth towards people that she didn't know very well?
She was fine. At the tennis club, the ladies liked to play tennis with her, and she was very well liked.
I'm going to object and move to strike as non-responsive.
Was Mrs. Menendez friendly to strangers?
Yes.
Okay. During the time that you were friends with Mrs. Menendez, did she ever tell you about the fact that her husband had had an affair?
Yes.
Did she describe to you anything about what she knew of the affair?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
That she thought it was over, and that they were getting along fine now, and things were going to be wonderful.
Did she tell you anything about how long the affair had gone on?
Quite a while is all I know.
Did she ever tell you anything more than what you've told us about the affair?
No.
Now, during the period of time that you were friends with the Menendezes, did you ever spend the night in either one of their homes?
Yes.
Could you tell me when that was, please?
May of '89 and June of '89.
And total, how many nights did you spend in the Menendez home?
6.
And during this period of time, were the defendants at the home as well?
Yes.
When was the last time that you saw Mrs. Menendez?
5 days, August 15th, 1989. I had lunch with her.
Okay, do you remember what day of the week it was?
Tuesday.
All right, and when you had lunch with her, where did you have lunch?
La Trek in Woodland Hills.
Did she come out to the Woodland Hills area?
Yes.
And at the time, were you living in the valley?
Yes.
And when you had lunch with her that last time, did you and she make arrangements to have another meeting?
Yes.
And when was the next time you were supposed to see Mrs. Menendez?
That Friday night, and if we couldn't make it Friday night, it was to be Sunday night, August 20th.
Okay. And did you have any communication with Mrs. Menendez on Saturday, August the 19th, about your plans for the 20th?
On the 20th, I called her from Santa Barbara saying that we couldn't make it to play bridge.
You called her on the 20th?
On the 20th.
On Sunday?
Sunday afternoon.
All right, and when you spoke to her on Sunday afternoon and told her that you couldn't make it to play bridge, what did she respond?
She was disappointed and said, you know, even if you get in late, call me from the valley and see if it's not too late. And I said I thought we'd just be too tired by the time we drove all the way in.
And that was the last time that you ever spoke to her?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mrs. Farrell, you have talked to the prosecution on a number of occasions. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've talked to Detective Zoller on a number of occasions?
Yes.
You've talked to Mrs. Bazanich on a number of occasions?
Yes.
You've talked to the press previously, haven't you?
No.
You've never talked to the press?
I talked to a writer over the phone, and I refused to have lunch with him.
And how long did you talk to him on the phone?
10 minutes.
And who is that writer?
John Johnston.
You ever talk to Bob Rand?
And Bob Rand, two of them.
Okay, so John Johnson, who's writing one book, and Bob Rand, who's writing another?
Objection calls for hearsay. Foundation.
I didn't at the time, and I asked not to have my name used at all. And when they asked to meet me in person, I said no.
But you talked to John Johnson on the phone?
Yes.
Who's a writer, is that correct?
Yes, but I didn't know he was writing a book at the time.
What did you think he was writing at the time?
I don't know. I thought he was just writing an article for the paper or for whatever. I thought he used to work for the LA Times.
Okay. And you spoke to him for how long on the phone?
Maybe 10 minutes.
Okay. And Bob Rand, how long did you speak to him?
15 minutes.
And would you say you've probably talked to the prosecution on 6 or 8 different times?
Just when I've come here.
Okay. You were interviewed by them on the 29th of August in 1989. Does that sound right?
Correct.
And you were interviewed by them on the 15th of April 1989. I'm sorry, the 15th of November 1989. Detective Zoller interviewed you twice before you met Mrs. Bazanich. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes.
And then you spoke with Mrs. Bazanich on a number of occasions since then. Is that correct?
Just when I've been here.
Right.
I've been here for 3 days, just briefly, since I've been here.
And when you left here the other day, you hugged Mrs. Bazanich, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm an emotional
Yes?
person. Yes.
Yes or no? And you hugged Detective Zoller
Yes.
also, didn't you?
Yes.
And have you refused throughout this entire period of time ever to meet with either Miss Abramson or
Yes, I have.
And you've refused to meet with our investigator? Is
Yes.
that correct? When you were interviewed first by Detective Zoller, you gave him some information about Mrs. Menendez and your relationship with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you met June 20th, 1993, with Mrs. Bazanich, Mr. Kuriyama, you gave them some information about Mrs. Menendez and your relationship with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, have you had a chance to review those reports at all?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Zoller in 1989 that after Kitty moved to California, you went out to lunch with her every couple of weeks?
I might have said that.
Okay. And then do you remember telling Mrs. Bazanich in November of 1993 that you saw Mrs. Menendez 3 or 4 times a week?
I did see her more often then
You
than
saw
I
her
did
more-
when I first came out. I saw her more that summer than I did when they first moved out here.
But when you were interviewed by Detective Zoller, you were just talking about the relationship generally, and you said you went out to lunch with her every couple of weeks.
Lunch, but I saw her at other times. We'd play tennis, and sometimes we didn't go to lunch, but I'd see her
Over
more
the
often.
course of the time that you knew her, would it be fair to say that the amount of time you spent with her varied?
Yeah.
When you spoke to Detective Zoller in 1989, I believe you indicated that Kitty had asked you to house sit at the Calabasas house with your son Steve.
That's correct.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when you were interviewed by Mrs. Bazanich in June, you indicated that the way you ended up in that house was because you and your husband had split up and she offered you a place to live. Is that correct?
It was house sitting.
Was it because you needed a place to stay?
No, I had a place to stay.
And while you were... So you don't remember saying to Mrs. Bazanich that in the early part of 1989 you separated from your husband and Kitty offered you the Calabasas house to live in?
That's true. It was a favor for both of us. I was helping her and she was helping me. I did have another place I could have gone, though.
And at that time you were separated from your husband whose name was Peter?
Yes.
Is that correct? And you and Mrs. Menendez talked about your relationship, is that correct?
Yes.
And she encouraged you to not get divorced, is that correct?
She encouraged me to seek counseling.
Did she encourage you to reconcile with your husband?
If the counseling proved that that was the way it should go, yes.
Did she seem to have a feeling about divorce, that that was an unacceptable solution to marital problems?
I don't know.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall, the answer will stand.
When you talked to Detective Zoller in the fall of 1989, I believe you indicated that Kitty never talked about problems within her family.
That's
Do you remember
correct.
saying that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair to say that she was a fairly private person?
When I first met her, yes.
But then that changed?
As we got to know each other, she confided in me more.
Okay, well, when you were talking to Detective Zoller in November of 1989, you were talking about the relationship overall, weren't you?
I don't know. If I said that she didn't confide in me, I might have just talked about when we first met.
So she did, in fact, confide in you, is that correct?
Yes.
And she told you about problems in the family, is that
Yes.
correct? And she told you, in fact, about a situation involving Lyle and a girlfriend that he had.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And what information did she give you in that regard?
That Lyle had gotten a girl pregnant and that Jose was going to probably pay for an abortion.
She said basically Jose was going to take care of it?
She said that he was going to pay for an abortion. And she also said that when...
That's fine, there's no question.
Okay.
When you talked to Mrs. Bozanich in June of 1993, I believe you said that you saw Mrs. Menendez the Wednesday before her death. You've indicated here was Tuesday. Do you remember?
It was the
which day?
15th, whether it was a Tuesday or Wednesday, I'm not...
So the 15th was a Tuesday. And I
Okay.
believe you indicated she was the happiest you'd ever seen her.
That was her exact words to me.
That she was, and did she seem to be the happiest you'd
She
ever
was
seen her?
very happy.
Do you remember telling Detective Zoller in the fall of 1989 that you last went out to lunch with Kitty on Wednesday before their death, and at that lunch, Kitty told you that after the house was completed, they intended to sell it, and she appeared to be upset over having to sell it because she'd spent all of her time in the
Yes.
building of it. Do you remember that?
Yeah, she loved Calabasas.
So my question is, in June of 93, you're saying she was the happiest you'd ever seen her, and yet when you were interviewed in the fall of 89, you said in fact, that lunchtime, she was very upset because of the idea of
No,
selling the
I didn't
house.
say she was very upset. She was very happy. One of the things that was bothering her is she liked Calabasas. She didn't know if she was going to be happy in Beverly Hills.
Would it refresh your recollection of the report that was written based on your conversation with Detective Zoller in the fall of 89?
Fine. Karen said that she...
No, you can read it.
Oh, okay. That's exactly what you just said. She was upset, but I don't mean she was unhappy. I mean, you can be upset and still be happy with your life. If she had a choice of living in Beverly Hills or Calabasas, she would have chosen Calabasas. Okay. She liked the area.
But
she was still very happy at that point.
And she was happy with her children?
Yes.
And she was happy with her husband?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew that she was seeing Dr. Summerfield?
Yes, I did.
And you knew that she was seeing Dr. Summerfield the entire time?
Yes.
Almost the entire time that you knew her?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And would she talk to you about her
No.
therapy?
No, I just knew that she was going.
And did you know that you saw her on the 15th, on Tuesday? Did you know she had an appointment with Dr. Summerfield on Wednesday?
No,
the
I
16th?
didn't. I didn't know that.
And did she talk to you at all about having been up all night calling her husband and the line being busy and he was away on business and she was obsessed about what he was doing and concerned about whether he was being faithful?
No, she didn't tell me that. She was very happy and relaxed.
In the entire time that you knew her, did she seem to talk about the relationship with her husband as one that was going well?
It was one that she was working on very hard.
But did she seem to think it was going well?
She thought it was going very well that summer.
Did she talk to you about suicidal thoughts that she had?
No, never.
May I finish the question, Mrs. Farrell? Did she talk to you about suicidal thoughts she'd had in 87 or 88?
No,
Did she talk to you about writing suicide letters?
no,
Did she talk to you about taking overdoses and going to the hospital?
no,
Did she talk to you about the entire time she was married having to drink before she could let her husband touch her?
no.
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for hearsay and lack of foundation.
Sustained as to that question, the answer is no.
Did she talk to you about personal facts about her relationship with her husband?
Just that she was working very hard on her marriage and that she loved him.
But she didn't reveal intimate details of how
No.
her relationship worked.
She said that there had been rocky moments and they were trying to work on it. I knew about the affair, and she felt that that summer of '89 that things were all coming together for her.
That's what she was telling you.
That's what she told me, yes, and I believed it. I had no reason not to.
And she didn't reveal to you that she was telling her therapist very different things.
No, she
Your Honor,
didn't.
these facts aren't evidence.
Sustained, the answer is straight.
Did she talk to you about going to New York to track Louise, the girlfriend?
No,
Did she talk to you about photographing her?
no,
Did she talk to you about calling her and keeping her on the phone hours at a time?
Objection,
No.
since facts not in evidence, move to strike.
Sustained, the answer.
Would it be fair to say that she was fairly private?
yes,
Call for conclusion.
Overall, the answer is no.
And, I'm sorry, your answer is yes, she was quite private?
yes.
Did she have any other close friends besides you?
She had friends at the tennis club.
Anybody who seemed to be any closer than you?
No, she didn't have a lot of time. She was very busy.
So, was it your impression that you were as close to her as anybody else?
Yes,
You played tennis with her?
yes,
Was she competitive?
yes,
Did she like to win?
sure.
Did it matter to her if she won or lost?
No, she liked to win, but didn't matter that much if I won or she won.
And I believe your testimony is that it didn't matter to either her or her husband whether her children won or lost at tennis.
No.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
They didn't care at all.
No, they didn't care. They just liked them to play well.
And do you think,
Examination on behalf of the other defendant, Eric Menendez.
yes, ma'am. Oh, can I get that?
Thank you. Did you feel, Mrs. Farrell, that the district attorney did not want you to talk to the defense in this case?
No,
Did you instruct your ex-husband, Peter, to deliver that message to us?
no,
Were you present when our investigator tried to talk to you and basically your current husband, Mr. Farrell, prevented the conversation?
he did not prevent it. I told her I didn't choose to talk with her.
I see. Now, I'm a little confused about dates. In 1989, you told Detective Zoller, did you not, that you last saw Mrs. Menendez on the Wednesday, August 16th, correct? Do you remember telling him that?
I don't remember that. If I said the 16th, I meant it was 5 days before the 20th. I know that.
I'm asking if in 89 you remember telling Detective Zoller that you saw her on Wednesday.
I don't remember saying the 16th.
Okay. How about on October 25th, 1993, telling him you last saw Kitty on Wednesday, August 16th?
I don't remember saying the 16th.
Okay, so again, you don't remember that.
No.
Now, when was it that you claim some plans were made with Mrs. Menendez for you and your husband to visit them?
Objection argumentative.
Rephrase the question.
When was it that these plans were made to visit with them that week?
They were made at lunch
At lunch on which day?
on the 15th
And what was the plan?
to play bridge
Yes, to play bridge when?
on either Friday night, or if we couldn't make it Friday night, to play on Sunday night.
And could you make it Friday night?
No.
So where did you leave, where did you leave it with Mrs. Menendez that Tuesday?
That I would call her from Santa Barbara on Sunday to let her know if we could make it down.
No. You said that the plan on Tuesday was that you'd either play bridge on Friday or on
Right.
Sunday, right?
Yes, and I said if we can't make it Friday, I was going to call her if we could make it Friday. If I didn't call her, I was going to call her on Sunday.
Okay. So is it your testimony then that the understanding was, if I don't call you, that means we'll be there Sunday?
Right.
And then, so that's where it was, that you would be there Sunday. That's where it was in your mind for the rest of that week.
Right.
And then it was only on Sunday then that you realized you couldn't be there Sunday, so you called her to say, no, we're not coming tonight. I take it then that you had no contact with her between Tuesday and Sunday.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You're sure of that?
Yes.
You're sure of that, are you not, as the statement you made that it didn't matter to her and Jose if their sons won or lost? Is that right?
Sustained.
Are you as certain of that fact as of the other fact?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Are you certain that you had no contact with her, as you've just testified?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you're also certain, are you not, that it did not matter in that family if the children won or lost? Is that right?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit which is a Pacific Bell telephone bill. You had a telephone when you lived at the Calabasas house, did you not?
Yes.
And the number there was 818-884-4764?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
You remember that it was a Pacific Bell account?
Yes.
I know. I'd like to mark this next in order, Your Honor.
386.
And it consists for the record of 6 pages.
I need a moment, please, Your Honor.
While counsel is looking at that, Mrs. Farrell, on October 25th, 1993, did you tell Detective Zoller that you called Mrs. Menendez on Saturday, August 19th, before you went to Santa Barbara?
I don't remember that.
Don't you remember telling him that late in the week of August 15th, you and your husband Edward decided to spend Sunday in Santa Barbara? And so you called Kitty on Saturday to tell her that you were going to spend Sunday in Santa Barbara and to tell her that you couldn't therefore see them Sunday night.
I don't remember. I just remember I called her from Santa Barbara on Sunday. I don't remember saying that I was going to call her Saturday.
Well, would it refresh your recollection if I show you Detective Zoller's report in which he writes that indeed you told him that?
Well, I must have said it then.
Well, let me show you the report. May I approach with this person?
Yes.
I'm going to call your attention to this last paragraph. If you would just read that to yourself. Now, does it appear that a month or so ago you told Detective Zoller that you made a call before you went to Santa Barbara on Saturday the 19th?
It appears that I said that.
And in fact, that was before you went to Santa Barbara the 19th.
If I might have called Saturday, but I know that I called Sunday too.
Okay. Well, what would you have said on Saturday that would have necessitated your calling on Sunday?
I don't know. Maybe that we were going to try to make it, that I didn't know how long we were going to stay in Santa Barbara.
Let me now show you 386. Why don't you look through this telephone bill and see if you recognize from the numbers called that it's your telephone bill.
Yes.
It is, isn't it? And it's your telephone bill for the month of August 1989, correct?
Correct.
And that's a time when you were living at the Menendez's Calabasas house that was still somewhat under construction, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you remember the telephone number for the Menendez Beverly Hills house?
No.
Can
I see it here. I don't remember it.
you see it, though? You recognize it, though?
I see a Beverly Hills phone number.
Well, let me, if I could, see the page that you're looking at. Let me call your attention to this, which is numbered page 3 by the telephone company, and ask you to look at, starting with item 16. You see that number 16 under item? And that appears to be August 10th, 2:37 p.m. The number called is 213-285-0052. That's a Beverly Hills number, correct?
Correct.
And if I were to tell you there are already records in this case that indicate that that is the number at the Menendez home, would that refresh your recollection?
Fine.
Okay. Now, you see there's also a telephone call here on August 14th to the same number.
No, August 14th is North Hollywood.
Well, maybe it helps if we do this. Okay. There you see the 10th,
Right.
and then you see the 14th.
No, the 14th is way up here. This is the 17th.
Mrs. Farrell, you're getting confused by item number. Forget item number.
Okay.
Let's look at date, okay? See August under the date line?
Right, Beverly Hills.
Okay, let's do one at a time. Take a breath. Okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. August 14th, you see that entry? 9:55 in the morning, right?
Right.
Under time, 8 minutes, correct? To the Menendez home, correct? Now let's go to, now you just testified that you didn't speak to Kitty again after lunch on the 15th until Sunday the 20th. You recall just testifying to that?
I thought that I hadn't, but apparently I called, or someone from that number called. We had a lot of kids at the Calabasas house that could have called that number. I don't remember calling her after that luncheon.
Well, let's just see what's on the phone bill. August 17th, 1:29 p.m., 4 minutes to the main number at the Menendez house.
Right.
Now, were you aware of the fact that Lyle Menendez had his own number at that house?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
That Eric Menendez had his own number at that
I wasn't aware of that.
and that's the number they gave out to their friends.
I wasn't.
Lack of foundation.
Just aim the answer is straight.
Now, you don't remember talking to Kitty Menendez on
No,
August 17th?
no, I don't.
Well, let's go to the 18th then. You see August 18th at 8:14 in the morning, a 2-minute call to that same phone number in Beverly Hills.
I don't remember calling her.
Well, I'm not asking if you do, I'm just asking.
Yes, I do see it.
And you don't remember talking to her on Friday?
No, my recollection was calling her from Santa Barbara.
Okay, well, let's go down to another entry for Friday, August 18th, at 6:30 at night, 6 minutes. Now, that's again to the same number, the Menendez family number, is that correct?
Yes.
Now let's keep looking here. Do you see a call on Saturday, August 19th to her house?
No.
No.
But I called from Santa Barbara, and I
You
didn't.
weren't in Santa Barbara on the 19th, is that correct?
We were in Santa Barbara on the 20th.
Right. But it's on the 19th that you told Detective Zoller 1 month ago that you called Mrs. Menendez. We just showed you
Right.
the report.
I could have been mistaken on the dates.
Yes.
Amy Direct.
Just a couple questions. The phone bill that you've just been shown is for a phone number that's an 818 area code, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is the area code for Santa Barbara? Is it 8:05?
8:05.
All right. And do you specifically recall here today that when you called Mrs. Menendez to tell her that you wouldn't be there on the 20th, where did you call her from?
From Santa Barbara.
Thank you, Arnett. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused. Your next witness.
Just one thing I'm saying.
All right.
Did you ever tell either Detective Zoller, before you took the stand to testify, did you ever tell either Detective Zoller or Mrs. Bazanich that the only phone call you remember was on the 20th, on the Sunday from Santa Barbara?
I didn't say that before I took the stand. No.
Okay, so you said it for the first time on the witness stand.
That's just what what I have remembered since this all started.
Well, that's what you remembered on the witness stand, is that correct?
Objection.
No.
Argumentative and vague.
Okay.
I remembered this before. This is the first time I'm saying it.
So you didn't tell Mrs. Bazanich, even though you've been here, what, 3 times before?
I haven't talked with her since I've been here.
You just hug her when you come? You don't talk to her?
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Nothing further.
Thank you. You may step down. You're excused.
My name is Andrew Valentine. Valentine.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Valentine, what is your occupation, sir?
Right now, I'm a security officer at a hotel in Manhattan, retired New York City detective.
And on August 30th, 1989, what was your job?
My occupation was a detective in the New York City Police Department.
And did you have a part-time job as well on that date?
Yes, it was a phone call type job that, when needed, I was called to do investigations, bodyguard jobs, so on.
Were arrangements made sometime on August 30th or shortly before August 30th of 1989 for you to have a job bodyguarding the Menendez brothers?
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object to the last question.
It's rather broad.
Yeah. Well, in the question before were arrangements made around August 30th. I object to that again.
All right. If you can pin it down, it would help.
Mr. Valentine, do you recall going to the U.S. Open on August 30th, 1989?
Yes.
And what was the purpose for your going to the U.S. Open in New York?
I was supposed to meet clients and security personnel from New Jersey and assist in bodyguarding the 2 clients.
Okay, and the 2 clients you later found out to be who?
Eric and Lyle Menendez.
Now, on August 30th, what time was it that you went to the U.S. Open?
I arrived there approximately at 6 o'clock in the evening.
And did you locate the Menendez brothers at that point?
No, I didn't.
Did you see any other bodyguards from D.B. Kelly, the detective agency or the bodyguard agency?
I'm going to object counsel's leading and I'm sending back to him.
All right. Objection overruled to that question.
Did you see any bodyguards from D.B. Kelly at the U.S. Open?
No, I didn't.
What did you then do?
I attempted to contact the person who hired me, and he advised me that the clients were staying.
Your Honor, that's calls for your...
Sustained. Objection sustained. The answer stricken.
Did you get some information from the person who was arranging the bodyguard service?
Objection, Your Honor, since that's not my...
Yeah, let's just find out what he did.
Okay, what did you do?
I learned that the clients were at the show.
What did you physically do? Objection sustained to the question.
I responded to the Sheraton Hotel.
All right.
Where is the Sheraton Hotel located?
It's 52nd Street and 7th Avenue in Manhattan.
And at that location, what did you do?
I finally found the clients and started my job.
Okay. When you say you found the clients, who did you actually come into contact with?
Lyle Menendez.
Later on, did you come into contact with other persons?
Yes, his brother Eric, and I believe their tennis coach and wife.
And did you go?
And I believe Lyle's girlfriend.
Do you remember?
Her name I don't recall.
Was she a tennis player, if you knew?
I believe so, yes.
I'm sorry?
Calls for facts beyond his personal knowledge.
Objection sustained. The answer stricken as far as the occupation of the girlfriend.
Were you given information about the occupation of the girlfriend?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Now, once at the Sheraton Hotel, did you ascertain whose room defendant Eric Menendez was staying in?
Objection, since facts not noted.
Overruled.
Yes, he was staying in the room with his tennis coach and his wife.
Now, on the evening and night of August 30th, were you with the defendants on that night?
For a period, yes.
Did you actually sleep in the same room or the same hotel room as the defendant Eric Menendez?
No, I didn't.
What was your duty? What did you actually do?
I sat outside the hall, outside the room he was in, and just watched.
Okay. Did you position yourself right outside the door?
Yes.
Were you laying in the floor in the hallway? Or?
No, there was a chair provided.
Okay. So you sat right outside the door of the room. And was that for, you believed, his protection?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the question. It's irrelevant.
Overruled.
Did you spend the whole night there sitting out on this chair outside the room that Eric Menendez was staying in?
Yes.
And at some point the next morning, on the early morning of August 31st, did you see Eric Menendez, this defendant, exit that room?
Yes.
Okay. What happened that morning?
That morning, we had breakfast in the coffee shop downstairs, and I believe we went to the U.S. Open again. I mean, my second time there.
Okay. You actually didn't see him at the U.S. Open on August 30th?
No, I didn't.
How did you get to the U.S. Open from the Sheraton Hotel?
By limousine.
Do you know who made arrangements for the limousine?
I believe it was
I
the...
object, Your Honor, beyond his personal knowledge.
Sustained unless he did it himself.
Okay. At some point, you and Eric Menendez got into a limousine.
Yes.
And the limousine driver drove you to the U.S. Open. How far is the U.S. Open from the Sheraton?
Oh, 15, 18 miles. I really couldn't say.
That's an approximation?
Yes.
And once you got to the U.S. Open, do you recall who was there in your immediate party presence?
His brother and the girlfriend were there also, and I met with Kelly Associates people. They were already there.
How many people from D.B. Kelly were there?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. It's irrelevant.
Overruled.
At least 4. I don't recall the exact number.
Do you recall approximately how long you spent at the U.S. Open that morning?
No, not really. It was just a short time, I believe.
At some point, did you accompany the defendant, Eric Menendez, to LaGuardia Airport?
Yes.
Do you recall where, if you went directly from the U.S. Open to the airport?
No, we went from the hotel, we returned to the hotel and then to the airport.
Who was it that was in the limo when you left the U.S. Open and went back to the Sheraton Hotel?
Eric Menendez.
And yourself and the driver?
Yes.
At some point after that, you then went to LaGuardia Airport?
Yes.
Okay. Would you describe for the jurors what happened during that drive from the Sheraton to LaGuardia?
On the ride from the Sheraton to the airport via the 59th Street Bridge, Mr. Menendez asked the driver to pull over several times at computer stores. And he mentioned to the driver that he had to get something for his computer back home.
So as you were driving, he asked the driver to stop?
Yes.
As a bodyguard, did you have to exit the car to protect Eric Menendez?
Yes.
Did you go into any of the stores, or how many stores were gone into by defendant Eric Menendez?
2 or 3, I don't recall exactly. It was at least 2 that I recall.
And this was on the way from the Sheraton to the airport?
Yes.
Approximately how long a drive is it? In terms of miles, how far is it from the Sheraton to LaGuardia?
Again, an estimate of 15, 18 miles. I'm not sure.
Could you describe the demeanor of Eric Menendez while you were driving from the Sheraton to LaGuardia Airport?
He seemed sort of hyper, excited about something. And he mentioned that he had to get something for his computer. I thought he was,
Object to what the witness thought or speculated.
All right, you've answered the question.
When he mentioned that he had to get something for his computer and he asked the driver to stop, did he see, or was there some computer store right there on the street?
Yes.
And did the limo driver then stop?
Yes.
And did Eric get out?
Yes.
Did you see him go into a computer store?
Yes.
Did you enter into the store with him?
No, I didn't.
Did you wait outside the store?
Yes.
Did Eric Menendez exit after
Your Honor, I'm
some...
going to object to leading form of these questions.
All right, I haven't heard this one yet. What is the question?
How long did he spend in the first store?
I don't recall. It's just a short period. I really don't recall the length, exact length of time.
Did he come out with any bag in his hand or anything like that?
I don't believe so.
You both then got back into the limo
Yes.
and proceeded to drive some more?
Yes.
Is that correct? Was there another store that he indicated he wanted to stop at?
Again, it was at least two. I'm not sure the exact number.
Okay.
But at least twice we made stops.
Do you recall the second stop in particular?
No. But my procedure would be the same. Particular, I don't recall the second stop. Again, I don't know. There were 3 stops,
Okay. With respect to the stops, whether it's 2 or 3, did Eric Menendez at another point say that he wanted the limo driver to stop so that he can get out again?
Yes.
And did you follow him out again?
Yes.
And did you, with respect to the second store that was gone into...
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike the previous answer. The witness has already testified. He didn't remember the second stop. He didn't remember what he...
All right, if you could clarify, without striking the answer, just clarify as to the second incident he's described here, as to the sequence, if you could.
Whether it was 2 or 3 stops, did you always exit with Eric Menendez and go with him to the store?
Yes.
Did you ever enter the store with him?
No, I didn't.
Okay, did you wait outside the entrance door to the store?
Yes.
On any occasion where he entered into the store, did you ever see him come out with any bag as though he had made a purchase?
No, I don't recall. I don't recall him having a bag.
Do you recall approximately where the stores were along this route from the Sheraton to LaGuardia?
No, I don't recall.
You don't remember the particular stores?
No.
Now, at some point, did you arrive at LaGuardia Airport?
Yes.
And what do you recall about the airport?
I'm going to object to form of...
Be more specific,
Okay.
please.
Do you recall an airline in particular that he was dropped off at, or do you just remember going to LaGuardia?
I just remember dropping him off.
Okay. Have you reviewed the notes from D.B. Kelly and Associates?
Yes.
Are those notes that refresh your recollection as to what hours you spent with Eric Menendez?
I object to the form of questions and toss it around. There's been no showing that he has a
All right.
recollection.
Well, objection sustained to the form of the question. Perhaps you can clarify when you say notes, what notes he's referred to,
Okay.
if any.
Mr. Valentine, did you review the D.B. Kelly and Associates memo with you as a subject and your having bodyguarded Eric Menendez on August 30th and 31st?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of question again. Number one, the memo doesn't say that. And number two, anything in that memo is hearsay unless...
The question is whether or not he reviewed it, that's all. You can say yes or no.
Yes, I did.
Did that review refresh your then recollection of the hours that you spent with Eric Menendez?
I object to the form of the question.
overall.
Yes.
Do you recall how many total hours you spent with, or on this particular job?
21.
And what were you getting paid for each hour?
$30.
Do you recall returning to after the trip to LaGuardia Airport and letting Eric Menendez off, do you recall returning to the Sheraton Hotel?
Yes.
Do you recall why you returned to the Sheraton?
To drop a credit card off.
And do you recall approximately when that was that you finally got back to the Sheraton Hotel?
It was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
I have nothing further to this witness at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Valentine, you were a policeman in the city of New York for how many years, sir?
A little over 23.
And your last assignment was as a detective?
Yes.
A detective of what?
Just detective. You
What-
mean my assignment?
Yes, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to a robbery unit in Brooklyn.
In Brooklyn. And had you worked in the course of your employment by the New York City Police Department in all 5 boroughs of New York, or
No.
where did you work during your career?
Basically all in Brooklyn.
And did you live at that time, as you do now, in Staten Island?
Not through my whole career, no.
When you worked Brooklyn, did you live in Brooklyn?
At one point, yes.
Have you ever lived in Queens?
No.
LaGuardia Airport is in Queens, is it not?
Yes.
The U.S. Open is also in Queens?
Yes.
The U.S. Open is held at the tennis stadium in Forest Hills, Queens.
No, it was at Flushing Meadows.
Is it Flushing Meadows?
Yes.
There is a tennis stadium at Flushing Meadows?
Yes.
Flushing Meadows is also in Queens.
Yes.
Now, how many times prior to August 30th, 1989, had you done work for D.B. Kelly and Associates?
Never.
And to the best of your knowledge, or did you know where D.B. Kelly and Associates are located, or were located then?
No.
How did you receive information that you were being hired by these folks on August 30th?
I received a phone call from a friend of mine who had an investigations business in Brooklyn. He had been contacted by another party in Queens, I forget his name, who in turn had been contacted by D.B. Kelly.
So this is the 4th rung on the left?
Yes.
What's your friend's name?
Russell Tonneson.
The last name?
Tonneson.
How do you spell that, sir?
Tonnesen.
And what's the name of his security company?
Alton Security. Alton
How do you spell that?
Investigations. Excuse me. A-L-T-O-N.
Alton Investigations. And
Yes.
he's located in
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. And do you know his telephone number?
No, I don't. Not offhand.
And what you understood was that you were supposed to go to the U.S. Open, which you understood to be a tennis tournament, and meet up with Eric and Lyle Menendez?
No, at that point, I was just to meet associates from D.B. Kelly.
And you didn't know if the clients were supposed to be there, or did you believe the clients were supposed to be?
I believe they were supposed to be there, yes.
And were you given the name of the clients when you got the call from Russell?
No, I didn't. I wasn't. I'm sorry.
Were you given anybody's name to meet up with at the U.S. Open?
Just associates from D.B. Kelly. I believe I was given one of the employees' names from Kelly, but I don't recall his name.
Now, would you agree, Mr. Valentine, that Flushing Meadow is a big place?
Oh, yeah.
It was the site of a couple of World's Fairs, in fact.
Hmm.
Where were you supposed to meet with this associate from D.B. Kelly?
One of the ticket gates, ticket windows.
one of the ticket windows for
I don't recall.
the tennis stadium?
Oh, yes.
Or all of Flushing Meadow?
No. Well, the stadium, there's only the tennis stadium there, and there's ticket booths. That's where I was supposed to meet him.
Okay, one of the ticket booths at the tennis stadium at Flushing Meadow. Is that correct?
Right.
And what time were you supposed to meet this person?
6 p.m.
And it was still light out at 6 p.m. on August 30th,
Yes.
correct? So you got there, and did you ever meet up with the security person from DB Kelly?
No, I didn't.
And how long did you remain at Flushing Meadow?
Oh, I would say an hour, hour and a half at least.
Waiting for someone to show up?
Yes.
And did you get there using your own automobile?
Yes.
So you drove there from, where was your home then?
Staten Island.
And do you recall if you had received the call from your friend Russell Tonneson on the 30th or on some day before that?
No, it was that day, the 30th.
Now, you say you then made some follow-up phone calls, and that led you to go to the Sheraton Hotel.
Yes.
And I think you've said this particular, now the Sheraton Hotel you said was at 52nd and 7th Avenue?
Yes.
And that's in Manhattan, is that
Yes.
correct? Now, there are two Sheraton hotels about a block apart in that neighborhood, are there not?
I believe so.
Was this particular Sheraton Hotel on the east side or the west side of
East.
7th Avenue?
The east side. I believe it's the Sheraton Center.
Right. And it has a tower, it's a rather tall hotel?
I don't look up that much.
You don't know it that
No,
much?
no.
Do you, were you familiar with that hotel when it was first built in New York City in the 1960s, what it was
No.
called then?
No.
Now, when you got to that hotel, were you looking for the D.B. Kelly person, or were you looking for the clients?
I was looking for the D.B. Kelly Associates. I still didn't know the client's name at that time.
But you did know the D.B. Kelly person's name?
Yes, I believe I did have a name to meet at the Open, but I can't recall his name.
Okay, but when you went to the hotel, were you expecting to find the D.B. Kelly person there?
I was hoping to, yes.
And you knew his name then?
Yes.
We assume it's a him. And you don't remember his name now?
No, I don't.
So what did you do when you got to the Sheraton Center Hotel to locate this person from D.B. Kelly?
I made more phone calls to the third party. I don't know which one we numbered. The investigations office in Queens.
The ones that had
The one
referred
that I
the matter
don't
to
recall the
Russell.
name, yeah.
All right.
I called him, and he, I don't recall exactly how I found the clients, because I don't think they were registered in their name. I just don't remember
Okay.
how I finally
So
hooked
the
up with
best
them.
of your recollection is that neither Eric nor Lyle Menendez was registered at that hotel, is that
Not that I recall.
Now, you say you came in contact with Lyle Menendez first.
Yes,
Where?
at the room,
At whose room?
at what I assume to be the coach and his wife.
How did you get to that room?
I just don't recall.
Do you recall the coach's name?
No,
Do you recall what the coach looked like?
no,
Do you recall the wife?
no.
So somehow or another you wound up at the room of this person, this couple, the coach and the wife. Is that
Yeah.
correct? And this was on the 30th. Is that right?
Yes.
And what time was it?
That's about 9:30, 9:45 in the evening.
And when you got to the room of the coach and the wife, you said Lyle Menendez was there?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
was the coach and the wife there?
Yes, I believe so.
And, but Eric was not.
No, he was.
Oh, Eric was there
Yes,
also?
he was.
So all four, well, all five people were there?
I'm not quite sure if, I seem to recall Lyle's girlfriend being there also, but I'm not positive.
So in this room, the coach's room, was the coach, his wife, Lyle Menendez, his girlfriend, and Eric Menendez.
Yes.
Okay. And everyone was still awake, I take it?
Oh, yeah.
And when you got there, were there any D.B. Kelly people there?
No.
Mr. Valentine, have you been watching this trial on television?
Just intermittently.
Enough so that you have seen both Eric Menendez and his brother Lyle Menendez on television?
Yes.
So you could describe Lyle Menendez if I asked you to, because you've seen him on television, correct?
No, well, that plus the personal contact.
Describe the girlfriend.
5'5", 5'4", blonde, hair similar to yours, length and style at the time.
So similar to mine at the time.
I recall more curls.
More curls than mine.
Is that possible?
I meant, I wouldn't know how to describe it, I'm sorry.
Okay, so she had hair similar in length and style to mine, but curly.
A little bit darker blonde, though.
A little darker blonde. And what did you all do in this hotel room after you met up with these 5 people?
Lyle took me outside in the hall, and this was the first time I was explained why I was there.
Okay,
exactly what the circumstances were.
Without giving us the explanation, you had a conversation with Lyle in the hall,
yes.
And then what happened?
Then I was given a chair and I sat down in the hall.
Who gave you the chair?
I believe Eric gave me a chair. I think. I'm not positive.
And after you had this conversation with Lyle, did he go back into the room?
Yes.
And you got your chair, yes?
Yes.
And you sat in the hallway.
Yes.
And did anybody leave the room during the night?
I don't recall.
To the best of your recollection, did Lyle and the girlfriend remain in the room all night, along with Eric and the coach
I don't
and the
think
missus?
so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Well, did you see them leave?
I don't recall them leaving, no.
Was there a back exit or entrance?
No, it's
from
just
this
I
room?
just don't recall.
Can you describe what the coach looked like?
No.
Can you describe what his wife looked like?
No.
What time is it that you believe you took up your position on the chair in the hall?
It was around 10 o'clock, I would say, in the evening.
And you don't recall anyone leaving after you did that?
No.
Now, what's the first thing you remember? You stayed up all night, I take it, as a good bodyguard would?
For the most part.
Okay.
This may lose me some jobs, but...
All right. What's the first thing you remember in the morning?
My recollection is just breakfast in the coffee shop.
Okay, do you recall what time you either woke up or became aware of the fact that it was morning?
No, I don't recall.
No time. And you said you recall having breakfast in the coffee shop of the Sheraton Center?
Yes.
And is that coffee shop right on 7th Avenue, overlooks 7th Avenue?
Geez, I forget. I don't recall.
And who'd you have breakfast with?
I believe with Eric Menendez and the coach and his wife.
Okay. You didn't see Lyle Menendez or his girlfriend at breakfast?
No, I don't believe so.
And then you said after breakfast you a limousine arrived to take you to the U.S. Open, correct?
Yes.
And who went to the U.S. Open in the limo?
I believe the 4 of us just mentioned.
Okay, so it was the coach, his wife, Eric, and yourself, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And with respect to the limousine, do you know what company it was from?
No, I don't.
Now, a little earlier you testified that after this trip to the U.S. Open you went back to the Sheraton Center and then to LaGuardia Airport. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was it the same limousine all along?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, do you recall what route you took to get from the Sheraton Center to Flushing Meadow to the U.S. Open in the limousine that morning?
No, I don't.
What time did you leave in the morning?
Oh, I really don't recall.
What time did you have breakfast?
I don't recall.
What time did you get to Flushing Meadow?
I don't recall.
How many tennis matches did you watch at the U.S. Open that morning?
Just a brief session. I think we were in the stands for 10 or 15 minutes, not long at all.
And was it male play? Was it singles, doubles, male, female?
I believe it was females.
Female singles, female doubles?
I think it was singles.
And when you were in the stands for these 10 minutes, were the coach and his wife with you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall all of you entering the U.S. Open together?
No, I don't recall that.
Who paid for your ticket?
There were no tickets. The limo went to apparently the player's entrance. We went sort of like in the back door.
So you didn't have to have tickets? You didn't go through a ticket booth?
No.
Well, was Eric playing in the U.S. Open?
No. I don't know. We just all went in.
Okay, so you just all went in the back?
Yeah.
And you got into the stands and you all got to sit there. Now, when the limousine left to go back to the Sheraton Center, did the coach and the wife go back to the hotel?
No.
They stayed there?
I believe so.
Well, you had to leave them, didn't you? If you and Eric
Yeah.
left, they were there, right?
I assume so. They didn't go back to the hotel with me.
Well, did they get up when the two of you got up from the stands to leave?
I don't recall sitting in the stands with them.
Well, you just said that
No,
they were there.
No, I didn't recall.
Oh,
whether
you
they were in the
recall you all
stand.
went in the back door,
I-
but you don't recall them being in the stands. Is that your best recollection?
Originally, I stated I don't recall going into the Open with them at
Oh, did you?
at the back door. I believe so.
Okay.
'Cause I don't recall that.
Well, you recall being in the limousine with them,
I
correct?
believe so, yes.
Well, do you believe so, or did
Yeah.
you do it?
I believe I did.
Okay.
Take
that's-
the ride with them in the limousine.
Okay, you believe you rode with them in a limousine, just like you believe Eric leapt out of a limousine later to go to computer stores. Is that right?
Assisting.
Okay. Now, after you went in the back door of the tennis stadium at Flushing Meadow, you don't have any recollection of where the coach and his wife went?
No, I don't.
But you remember that you and Eric went in the stands?
Eric, Lyle, and his girlfriend.
Oh, so Eric, Lyle, and his girlfriend were in
Yes.
the stands. When did you hook up with Lyle and his girlfriend?
Sometime after entering the back door.
Okay, so you met up with them at Flushing Meadow, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, if I'm understanding your testimony, Mr. Valentine, this is August 31st now that we're talking about,
Yes.
correct? And you hooked up with Lyle and his girlfriend, and then you and Eric and Lyle and his girlfriend, were you all together in the stands?
Yes.
Okay, and this was a period of about 10 minutes?
Yes.
And when you and Eric left, did Lyle and his girlfriend remain there?
Yes.
And this is the same day that you eventually took Eric in the limo to LaGuardia Airport?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Valentine, if I were to tell you that there's been evidence presented in this trial that on the morning of August 31st, Lyle Menendez was in an airplane on his way to Los Angeles, would that change your recollection?
At what time?
During the morning hours of August 31st, Lyle Menendez was on an airplane from Newark Airport on his way to Los Angeles, California.
I'd have to say your information is incorrect.
I see. And if I were to tell you that there's been testimony in this trial that on the afternoon of August 31st he met up with a computer expert in Los Angeles, is that information incorrect too?
All I can state is that I drove him to LaGuardia Airport.
No, we're talking about Lyle.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. No, Lyle, I misunderstood you.
All right, let's
I'm
start
sorry.
over
Yeah,
again.
starting over, yeah.
You said you were with Lyle Menendez at the U.S. Open in Flushing Meadow on the morning of August 31st.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Our
Yes,
information
yes.
is that at about 6 o'clock that morning, he was on an airplane in Newark Airport coming to L.A. Okay? So you're wrong.
Wait,
Apparently.
Let's ask a question then.
All right. Does that change your memory?
Assuming that that information is accurate, that she just recited to you.
Well, him being on a plane at 6 in the morning is incorrect.
So you're sure that Lyle Menendez is at the U.S. Open with
Yes.
you? Now, what time do they start playing tennis?
I really don't know.
4 in the morning?
I don't know.
6 in the morning?
I have no idea.
10 in the morning?
I have no idea.
Mr. Valentine, you were getting paid $30 an hour for every hour you worked that day, correct?
Correct.
Therefore, it was incumbent upon you, was it not, to keep track of your time?
Yes.
Yes, and did you keep track of your time?
Yes.
And did you keep it in writing?
Yes.
And where's the
No, I didn't
writing?
keep it in writing at the time. I submitted it to D.B. Kelly.
Uh-huh. And so what time were you at the U.S. Open?
I don't know specifically, because the notes I took were just for that purpose, for my time, and they were rough notes just to account for my time in general.
Now, was this stadium full of people this morning?
Yes.
And it was light out? It wasn't a night game?
No.
So it's during daylight hours?
Yes.
Yes. And when you and Eric Menendez left, Lyle Menendez and his girlfriend were still there in the stadium watching the tennis. Is
I
that
believe
right?
so. Yes.
Now, you then go back to the Sheraton Center?
Yes.
Why?
I believe he had to pick up luggage or something. You know.
You believe he had to pick up luggage, or you remember that he did pick up luggage?
I don't remember if he picked up luggage. I know we went back to the hotel.
You don't remember seeing any luggage?
No.
Did it make any sense to you that he would have driven all the way out to the U.S. Open in Flushing Meadow for 10 minutes and then go back to the hotel and then back to Queens to the airport? Were you given any reason for this?
We were at the Open longer than 10 minutes. We were in the stands for 10 minutes.
Okay, how long were you at the Open?
I would say 45 minutes, an hour possibly.
And what were you doing in the 45 minutes to an hour when you weren't in the stands watching tennis?
Well, prior to going in the stands, I followed the clients and Lyle's girlfriend to the practice courts, and they were conversing with people on the practice courts.
So they were walking around, the three of them, Lyle and Eric and Lyle's girlfriend, at the practice courts that morning, August 31st, for
Yes.
45 minutes to an hour. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And then there was 10 minutes in the stands. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the coach and his wife also walk around to the practice courts?
I don't believe so. I don't recall.
Now, what time was Eric Menendez's flight, supposedly, on August 31st from LaGuardia?
I think it was around noon.
So what time did you leave Flushing Meadow, excuse me, to go back to the Sheraton, to then go back to Queens to the airport?
I don't recall the exact time.
And you have not been able to locate your original notes of your activities on the 30th and 31st,
No, I
is that
haven't.
correct? You just turned something into D.B. Kelly,
Yes.
okay? So I take it Eric says something while you're at Flushing Meadow and you've been in the stands 10 minutes, like, we better go because I've got that plane, or something like that?
I don't recall.
All you remember is you then leave Flushing Meadow
Yes.
and you find your limousine again at the back entrance?
Yes.
Did the driver come inside with you, or did he stay by the car?
I believe he stayed by the car.
And then you make the trip back to Manhattan, correct?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, with respect to the trip from the hotel to Flushing Meadow, how was that driven by the limo driver?
You mean the route?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Well, you mentioned earlier the 59th Street Bridge as part of the route to the airport.
That I recall.
Okay. Are there basically two ways to get from Manhattan, directly from Manhattan to Queens, the 59th Street Bridge and the Midtown Tunnel?
Yes. Yeah.
And the tunnel is somewhere around 30th, 31st,
38th Street.
38th,
38th Street. 36th Street, I'm sorry.
excuse me,
36th Street
36th.
and 2nd Avenue.
And the bridge is 59th.
Yes.
And do you recall if in going to Flushing Meadow, the driver took the bridge or the tunnel?
No, I don't recall.
And do you recall what surface streets in Queens the driver drove to get to Flushing Meadow?
No.
Do you know how far away from Flushing Meadow LaGuardia Airport is?
It's just a short distance. I'm not quite sure, though, in miles.
Now, you recall returning from Flushing Meadow to the Sheraton Center, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what route the limo driver drove to get from Flushing Meadow to the Sheraton Center?
No, I don't.
Are you familiar with the Long Island Expressway?
Actually, we're relevant. You can answer your question.
Somewhat.
Does it run right past Flushing Meadow?
I believe it does.
And does it hook up about 8 miles away with the entrance to the Midtown Tunnel?
I believe so.
Can you tell I'm from Queens? Okay, but you don't remember if the driver took the Long Island Expressway to the Midtown Tunnel back into Manhattan?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall if he took some other street to the 59th Street Bridge back to Manhattan?
No.
You don't recall the drive back to Manhattan at all, is that correct?
Not the route, no.
But you remember being in the car driving back?
Yes.
Was there any conversation in the car between yourself or the limo driver or Eric Menendez?
No, not that I recall.
What time was it when you got back to the Sheraton Center?
That was around 10:30, 11, something like that.
Now, how long, we're talking about a Friday, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. How long does it take? Forget about miles. In New York, there's a great deal of traffic.
West 31st was not Friday.
All right.
All right, it's a Thursday.
Oh, okay.
All right. It's a weekday, correct?
Yes.
And New York City has rush hour traffic just like every place else, right?
Yes.
Maybe worse than every place else. Okay, so on this Thursday morning, how long did it take to get from Midtown Manhattan, the Sheraton Center, to Flushing Meadow, to the stadium that morning?
I really don't recall. I don't recall being stuck in traffic. That's the only thing I can say. I don't recall the length of the trip.
Well, whether stuck in traffic or not, there's always traffic, though.
Well, yeah.
I mean, you can't
There's
drive
traffic
80
and there's
miles an hour
traffic,
across
yeah.
the 59th Street
No.
Bridge, can you?
No.
Wouldn't you say that on an average it would take at least an hour to get from the Sheraton Center to Flushing Meadow?
Possibly.
And at least an hour to get back?
It could take, it can be a shorter ride.
And it can be a much longer ride depending on the
course,
traffic,
yeah.
correct? So in order to get back to the hotel at about 10:30, you would have to have left the hotel at 7, something like that?
I guess, like I said, I don't recall. what
So you
time
would
we
have had
actually
to
left.
have had breakfast at least around 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Gotten to the U.S. Open around 8, 8:30?
Yeah.
Spent
Yes.
about an hour there, maybe left at 9, 9:30?
I believe so.
And that would get you back to the hotel around 10:30?
Yeah, I would think so.
Excuse me?
Yes.
What'd you do at the hotel at 10:30?
I don't believe I went in at all. I think I stayed in the car.
I'm sorry,
I stayed
Mr.
in the
Valentine.
car. I think I stayed in the car.
Why don't you move the mic a little closer? We'll hear you better. So you stayed in the car with the driver,
I believe so.
okay, and Eric Menendez left, right?
Yes.
And then he came back?
Yes.
How long was he gone?
Just a few minutes, I believe.
And did you don't recall him bringing any luggage?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall seeing anybody with him?
No, I don't recall.
Let,
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Why don't we fast forward ahead here for a minute? You said you went, after you dropped Eric Menendez at LaGuardia, you said you returned to the Sheraton Center because of returning a credit card. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you return the credit card?
Yes.
Who'd you return it to?
I believe I left it in an envelope at the desk.
In an envelope addressed to whom?
I don't recall. It was for the coach, but I still don't recall his
All right,
name.
but you're leaving the credit card in an envelope for the coach.
Yeah.
And did you ever see the coach give Eric Menendez a credit card that day?
No, I didn't.
Did you see the coach's wife do that?
No, I didn't.
So, after some period of time, Eric comes back to the limousine and joins you and the driver?
Yes.
And is he dressed any differently than when you had gone to the U.S. Open and come back from the U.S. Open with him?
I don't recall.
By the way, the hotel room, the coach and his wife's hotel room, how many beds were in that hotel room?
I don't recall.
Was it an individual room or was it a suite?
I believe it was an individual room.
And was it, based on what you saw, did Eric Menendez stay inside that hotel room all night?
I believe he did.
And did you hear or were you offered any explanation for why he didn't have his own room?
No.
Okay, so now at about what time is it that you then leave the hotel for the second time that morning and now to go to the airport?
I think it was about 11, shortly after.
And you think the plane was at noon?
I believe so, yeah. Noon.
Now, how long does it take Mr. Valentine to get from Midtown Manhattan to LaGuardia Airport on a weekday morning?
I couldn't say. It can vary. I believe that's why he took the 59th Street Bridge. The driver, that's his job. And he took the route that I believe he took the route that he felt was the best.
You believe he took the 59th Street Bridge because by the time you left the hotel that morning, you were running late for this flight. Isn't that true?
That's very possible.
Isn't that your recollection, that there was real concern that Eric was going to miss this flight because he left the hotel so late?
I don't recall it being so late that he was going to miss his flight, but...
Do you recall a conversation about it's late, we better get there fast?
No, I don't.
Now you say the driver took the 59th Street Bridge. When you get off the 59th Street Bridge on the Queens side, where are you?
I believe it's Northern Boulevard.
You believe you're on Northern Boulevard?
I believe so. I'm not too familiar with Queens.
Isn't the first stop an area called Long Island City?
Oh, the neighborhood, yes.
The neighborhood's Long Island City, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Is Long Island City an upscale neighborhood?
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe it's industrial neighborhood.
Correct. And are you familiar with any, now when you talked about computer stores, you're talking about stores that sell computers and software and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And is it your belief that there are computer stores in Long Island City on Northern Boulevard?
I would think so.
You think so? And was it a computer store on Northern Boulevard in Long Island City that Eric Menendez first stopped at?
I don't recall.
And after you're out of Long Island City on Northern Boulevard, what's the next neighborhood that you're going through to get to LaGuardia Airport?
I have no idea.
Do you know a neighborhood named Astoria in Queens?
Yes. I mean, I've heard of it.
And it's a very low-income neighborhood, is it not?
I really don't know. I'm not familiar with it.
And are you familiar with any computer stores on Northern Boulevard in Astoria in Queens? It's Astoria.
No.
So where were these computer stores that you say he stopped at, Mr. Valentine?
They were on the route in Manhattan, I believe.
Oh, they were in Manhattan?
Yeah.
What street?
I don't recall.
Well, where are there computer stores in Manhattan?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't recall.
All right, well, what route did the driver take to get from 52nd Street and 7th Avenue to 59th Street and 1st for the bridge?
I don't recall.
Well, what route would you take if you were driving it? You know Manhattan, don't you?
Sustained.
He would have to take an east-west street, wouldn't he, to get from 7th Avenue, which is on the west side, to 1st Avenue, which is on the east side, correct?
You have to go travel east, yes.
Yes, and therefore he'd have to go down one of the streets between 52nd and 59th, correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that when traversing this, was it traversing this east-west street in Manhattan, that on 2 occasions Eric Menendez made the limo driver stop so he could leap out and go into a computer store?
Yeah, I believe so.
And where did the limo driver park?
At the curb.
At the
I
curb?
believe. I mean,
He found parking.
he doesn't get out of the car. He can double park at the
Well,
curb.
did he
I just
double
don't
park,
recall.
or did-
I don't recall.
You don't recall because this never happened, Mr. Valentine.
Overall, answer?
Pardon me?
Did you understand the question?
No, it's not. It did happen.
It did happen, just like you went to the U.S. Open that morning. Just like
Yes.
that happened. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you some records now, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine, you know what this 2-page document is?
Yeah, this is the notes from D.B. Kelly regarding my time.
Now, this is written by somebody at D.B. Kelly, not by you, is that correct?
Yes.
And was it based on the notes that you submitted to them?
Yes.
And when was the first time you've ever seen that memo?
This memo?
Yes, that particular one.
I believe that was just yesterday, I believe.
Just yesterday.
Yes.
And when Mr. Zola or Mr. Kuriyama showed it to you?
I really don't recall.
One of them did.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to mark this next in order.
Okay. It'll be 359.
It's a 2-page document, and the top says D.B. Kelly Associates memo. I'll get the label off it soon. Now, do you have any way of remembering, Mr. Valentine, if this memo accurately reflects the information that you provided to D.B. Kelly for this job?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it's inaccurate.
It is.
Is the $650 inaccurate?
I believe so. No. No, I don't recall the exact figure.
Okay, so you don't know if the $650 is accurate, but you know the rest is inaccurate.
Not totally.
It doesn't say anything about going to the U.S. Open.
No, it doesn't.
Wait, let her finish the question before you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It doesn't say anything about you going to the U.S. Open.
No.
this morning, correct?
No, it doesn't.
That's the part that's inaccurate, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, do you understand, Mr. Valentine, that the coach and his wife are going to testify here?
Yes, I'll take your word for it.
I want you to take my word for the fact that they're going to testify that they did not go to the U.S. Open with you the morning of the 31st. Okay? Now, would that change your recollection?
Objection. Give me a short time.
Well, it is argumentative, so without
I
the
can rephrase
nature
the
of
question.
all right.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Valentine. If the coach's wife, for example, were to testify that she indeed had breakfast with you on the morning of the 31st,
Objection. Improper hypothetical.
and that breakfast
Let me hear the
ended...
question.
Excuse me?
Let me hear the finish.
And that breakfast ended at 10:45, and that there was no previous trip that morning to the U.S. Open, would that change your recollection?
I can't say. I don't believe it would. This is what I remember.
Okay, so you definitely remember going to the U.S. Open that morning, though it's not reflected in the D.B. Kelly memo, correct?
Yes.
And you definitely remember Lyle Menendez being there, even though we've all heard testimony that he was on an airplane.
All right, that's argumentative at this
Excuse
point.
me, Your
All
Honor, that's not in front of the jury.
right, it's
Yes, it is.
argumentative regardless, so objection sustained to the last question.
And if the limousine driver were to come in and testify that there were no stops at computer stores, that doesn't change your memory either, is that correct?
No.
No, that's not correct?
No, I'm saying it wouldn't change my response.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Oh, I do want to, can I have a record? I do want to approach it one.
Sure. Did you want to mark that?
Yes, I'm going to ask to mark this.
Okay, it'll be 360. What sort of document is that?
This is a log from the A1 Limousine, Inc.
Okay.
I'll show you this, Mr.
You
Valentine.
approach on the law.
All right, let's first have it marked, and you may show it to the witness first.
Yes, I'm showing you this.
Just show it to him.
This limousine log. First of all, Is
let's let him look at it first.
And Mr. Valentine, does that appear to be a log for August 31st, 1980?
Yes, yes.
And does it appear to indicate a pickup of Eric Menendez at the Sheraton Center Hotel?
Yes.
All right, objection sustained. The answer stricken. Did you want to approach? You said you wanted to.
Now, Mr. Valentine, you've had an opportunity to look at that log from Avon Women's Service. Is there anything about that log that makes you want to change any part of your testimony, sir?
No, not that I can see, no.
Let me just ask you then, you get to LaGuardia Airport now at about what time? Do you remember?
I'm not familiar with this form, so I...
No, the question is...
Oh, I'm sorry.
What time did you get to LaGuardia
What time
Airport?
do you remember?
I thought it was around 12.
Okay. And you don't remember the airline, correct?
No, I don't.
All right. And do you get out of the limousine, or do you just drop Eric at the curb?
No, I get out.
And what happens after you get out?
He ran into the terminal, and that was it. I stayed outside. You know, he was...
Okay, he just ran into the terminal.
Yeah.
He was late. Is that what you're about to say?
Apparently, he was in a hurry. Again, I don't recall his flight time exactly.
Now, did the limo driver park the limo, or did he just double park, engine running, what?
I think there was space at the curb.
Did he get out of the car, or did he remain in the car?
I don't recall.
But all you recall is seeing Eric run into the terminal.
Well, I followed him out of the car, and
Right.
I just stayed outside because he just kept going.
Okay, and he ran into the terminal by himself, or did the limo driver run in with him?
No, he went by himself.
And that's the last you saw of him?
Yes.
And do you know what airline service LaGuardia?
All the airlines?
Or do you know which ones have terminals there?
Not.
Do you know if Delta has a terminal?
I really can't say.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Was the U.S. Open being played during that period of time?
Yes.
Do you recall how it is that you came to be with Eric Menendez that night?
He just joined us that evening. There weren't any rooms available, so we spent the night in our room.
Did you on that night see Lyle Menendez?
No.
Did you know at that time Lyle Menendez's girlfriend, Jamie Pisarcik?
No.
Okay, did you see her that night?
No.
Did you know how Eric Menendez found you at the Sheraton Hotel?
I'm sure he knew we were staying there.
Now, he didn't have a room that night, is that correct?
No.
So did he ask if he could spend the night in your room?
Yes, I invited him to.
Was it just a single room?
Right.
And what was the arrangements?
2 queen-size beds.
At some point, did you see a bodyguard that night, August 30th?
Yes.
And where did you see this person?
He was with Eric.
Do you remember what he looked like?
He's a large man. I guess heavy set.
What race was he?
Caucasian.
Did you have any interaction with this bodyguard?
We spoke with him.
Do you recall what happened that night with Eric Menendez in your room?
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, were there any phone calls that came in?
Eric was on the phone. Made several phone calls or received some. I don't know what the conversations were.
Do you recall a call from his brother Lyle Menendez?
Your
during
Honor, I
that night?
reject and ask to approach.
All right. as always, questions that are objected to and not answered are to be disregarded by the jury, since questions and comments of counsel have no significance other than in relationship to the answers given by the witnesses to the questions. All right, your next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Heffernan, did Eric Menendez, during the period of time that he spent in your room, in that hotel room at the Sheraton, did he receive any phone calls? Without saying,
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can just answer that yes or no. Did he receive any phone calls? If you remember.
I believe he received some calls.
okay, and did he actually make calls from your phone in the hotel room?
Yes, he did make some calls.
Were you present when he made the calls?
Yes.
Was he making calls to airlines?
When?
Sometime
The
during...
night before?
Well, the 30th of August is the first time he spent with you, is that correct?
That's the night he stayed over.
That night, did he make calls from your room to the airlines, some airline?
I don't believe he did that night.
The next morning,
The next morning, he placed telephone calls to the airlines.
did you overhear his conversations?
I knew what he was doing because we were talking about it.
Okay, what did he tell you what he intended to do the next day? That is, on August 30th of 1989, what did he indicate to you?
Objection, Your Honor, since that's not noted.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. Did Eric Menendez on August 30th tell you what he intended to do the next day?
No.
Okay. At some point, did he tell you that he had to get a hold of an airline so that he can get a ticket back to Los Angeles?
Conversations regarding the airlines, I don't believe occurred until the next morning. I don't remember anything the night before.
The next morning, what did you hear Eric Menendez do on the phone?
Your Honor, I'm going
Or
to
say on
object
the
that
phone.
now for proof on the same basis as the last objection as well.
Rephrase the question.
Did you, the next morning, August 31st, hear Eric Menendez on the phone with an airline?
Objection, Your Honor, down to personal knowledge.
Overruled.
He was making phone calls regarding reservations. Who he was calling, I'm not sure. Travel agent, airlines.
Did you ever, during the period of time that he was with you at the Sheraton Hotel, did he ever indicate to you that he wanted to get back to Los Angeles on the next day, the 31st?
That's what he was making reservations for, because he wanted to return to Los Angeles.
That day, that is August 31st?
That day.
Do you recall approximately when you woke up the morning of the 31st of August?
I'm sure it was early, 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Now, you've indicated that there was a bodyguard who was with Eric the night before, August 30th, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever have any conversation with the bodyguard?
I told him I didn't want him staying in the room that night,
Okay.
and so he sat outside the room.
Did anyone provide him with a chair to sit outside the room?
I did.
You did? And the next morning when you woke up, was the bodyguard sitting on the chair outside of your room?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Do you recall going to breakfast with Eric Menendez and the bodyguard and your husband, Mark?
Yes,
And where did you go to breakfast?
in the hotel.
Do you recall approximately what time that was that you went to breakfast?
Well, it was after Eric made the phone calls, so probably an hour later, 8 or 9 o'clock.
At some point, did you offer your American Express card for Eric Menendez to use to get his plane ticket?
Yes,
When was that?
while he was on the telephone, unable to book a flight on his card.
So you actually heard the conversation.
Or he told me, one or the other.
Did Eric Menendez ask if he could use your credit card?
He either asked or I offered it because he wasn't able to book a flight.
Now, at that point that he asked, Did you make arrangements for his flight, or did Eric Menendez make his own arrangements?
I know that at one stage I had to get on the phone because...
I'm going to object that the answer is not responsive, and I think the actual answer is beyond your personal knowledge.
Objection sustained. Why don't you rephrase it?
Okay. Did you actually talk to somebody from an airline regarding a flight for Eric Menendez with respect to your American Express card?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would again object on the basis that we approached on before.
Overruled.
And did you make those arrangements?
I attempted to, but I couldn't book the flight by telephone. It was necessary for him to go to the airport with the card.
Now, do you recall when you gave him your American Express card?
At breakfast, probably.
Okay. At some point that morning after breakfast, did you leave the company of Eric Menendez and his bodyguard?
Yes.
And what did you then do?
Probably went shopping.
Now, was your husband, Mark, with you the whole time during this breakfast?
No.
Had he left quite a bit earlier from your departure from Eric Menendez and his bodyguard?
I object to the use of the word his vis-a-vis.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Okay. How long did your husband stay with you at breakfast?
He ate breakfast quickly and left, and then we remained for probably another 15 or 20 minutes.
And where did your husband, Mark Heffernan, go?
He was attending a seminar in the hotel.
After breakfast, did you ever go to the U.S. Open?
And I'm going to object to the form of the question. Vague. Ever?
Rephrase the question.
After breakfast, did you go to the U.S. Open?
Not during the day.
At some point, did you say goodbye to Eric Menendez?
Yes.
Okay, and did you actually see him get into a limousine and leave for the airport?
No.
Okay, from the restaurant where you were having breakfast, did you go back to your room?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Eric Menendez anytime later during that trip?
No.
Did Eric Menendez indicate to you why he had to get back to Los Angeles?
No, he was just in a hurry to get back.
Were there arrangements made for the return of your credit card?
Yes.
And how were those arrangements made?
The security guard was going to drop it off at the front desk.
And did you go to the front desk later that day and retrieve your American
evening.
Express card? Sometime later, did you get a bill from American Express showing a U.S. Air ticket?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not that was for $648?
I believe it was.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Mrs. Heffernan, on the 30th, is it your testimony that you first saw Eric that day at the hotel?
Yes.
And did you see him somewhere other than your room when you first saw him at the hotel?
I don't believe so.
So is it your best recollection that he showed up at your room and that's when you first saw him?
Yes, he called from the lobby, I believe.
And when he called from the lobby, was there some discussion about his inability to get a hotel room that night?
Yes.
And was that when you offered to let him share your room since you had two big queen-size beds?
Yes.
And did he then come upstairs?
Yes.
Shortly thereafter?
Yes.
And when he came upstairs, was this bodyguard person with him?
Yes.
Do you remember the name of this bodyguard?
No.
Did he ever introduce himself to you as a Detective Valentine?
I don't know that we were really introduced.
And did you, first of all, were you surprised to see this person?
Yes.
And did you question Eric about the presence of this person?
Yes.
What did you say?
Why is this person with you, Eric?
And how is Eric behaving about the bodyguard?
He didn't want him with him. He was a bit embarrassed.
Sustain the answer, sir.
Did he say anything to you that led you to believe he didn't want him with him and was embarrassed?
He said it wasn't his idea, that Lyle was insisting that he be with him for his protection.
Okay, now that evening, do you recall what time it was when Eric and this bodyguard showed up at your hotel room?
It was late because we had gone to the night matches at the U.S. Open, and I believe they concluded about 11 p.m.
11 p.m.? So it was sometime after 11 p.m.?
Yes.
And I believe it's your testimony that you did not see Lyle Menendez and any girl with him that night?
No.
And had you seen Lyle Menendez that day?
No.
Had you seen him at the matches at the U.S. Open?
No.
Had you seen Eric at the U.S. Open that day?
No.
Was there any other young man in your hotel room when the bodyguard and Eric showed up?
No.
Was there anybody that you could conceivably have been mistaken by this bodyguard for Lyle and his girlfriend?
No.
It was just you and your husband?
Yes.
Now, the next morning, you said you woke up very early. Did Eric wake up at the same time you did?
Probably.
And did he then have this period of time when he was making phone calls?
Yes.
And after he completed making his phone calls, you and your husband and Eric and the bodyguard went to breakfast. Is that correct? And after breakfast, did you and your husband and Eric and the bodyguard get into a limousine and drive to the U.S. Open?
No.
You're sure of that, aren't you?
Yes.
In fact, your husband left breakfast before you finished to attend a seminar?
Yes.
And Eric left with the bodyguard?
Yes.
And you went shopping that day?
Yes.
Do you know, or did you know, Mrs. Heffernan, what time the day matches began at the U.S. Open that year?
We didn't attend the day matches, so I really don't know.
Have you been to other U.S. Opens?
No.
Did Eric pay you for the plane ticket?
Yes.
Do you have, this was on an American Express card, correct?
Yes.
And when American Express sends you a bill, do they also send you copies of the charge slips for the items that have been charged?
I think what I received was just it's not what Eric signed for, but printed. It says something like signature on file.
Okay.
There'll be 4 on a sheet.
So you've never seen any document that purports to bear Eric Menendez's signature for the purchase of this plane ticket. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe I have his signature.
Did you have any contact whatsoever with the limousine driver?
I never saw the limousine or the driver.
Okay. Did you know they were going to take a limousine?
No.
So the limousine wasn't mentioned at all?
No.
Mrs. Heffernan, are you on good relations with Eric Menendez?
I hope so.
And what do you think of him?
Objection irrelevant. Sustain as to the form of the question.
You were called as a witness for the prosecution here. You understand that?
Yes.
Are you happy about that?
I didn't want to testify at all.
Okay. And let me go back to August 30th, August 31st. Could you describe, you had known Eric for some time by then, is that correct?
Yes, my husband had been teaching him for over a year.
And can you describe, to the extent that you could form an opinion about it, what his mental state seemed like that night and that morning?
Objection calls for speculation and proper opinion.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Did he behave in a way that seemed distinctive to you that day?
I can't hear that.
Yeah, we have one of the bailiffs has his transmitter going too loud over there. If you can turn it down, please.
Like so.
All right.
Exiled him. Okay. Well, let me ask you this. After Eric left, did you come upon things that didn't belong to you in your hotel room?
Yes.
What sorts of things?
His clothes, his shoes.
Left behind?
Yes.
Did he appear to be calm and thoughtful and fully rational when you were with him on the 30th and 31st, or did he seem some other way based on his behavior?
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Okay. How alert and aware of his surroundings did he appear on the 30th and 31st?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did Eric appear to be listening or hearing what was being said to him clearly? Was he responding appropriately to what was being said or done?
Objection calls for speculation and proper opinion.
Sustained. It's also a compound question.
Could you describe how he was acting?
He seemed dazed and preoccupied and not quite knowing what he was doing.
Objection, that's speculation. No motion to strike.
All right, the last portion of the answer, not quite knowing what he was doing, is stricken as a speculation. The rest will remain.
Okay. Did he seem confused?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained. She's already answered the question.
And then you found possessions of his the next morning still in your hotel room?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, was Eric Menendez someone that you cared about?
Yes.
Why?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you care about him now?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled. You can answer it yes or no.
Yes.
Why?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
When your husband was coaching Eric, would Eric leave messages on your answering machine tape?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, I would offer to call this witness back, but I'd ask leave to ask her these couple of questions.
How many?
2.
All right, objection overruled. You can answer the question.
Well, 2 subjects. It may take 3 or 4 questions, depending on the objections, etc.
Depending on the questions, etc. Okay.
Well,
yeah.
Same difference.
Yeah. Okay. Do you understand the question?
Yeah, I asked her, would he leave messages on the telephone answering machine?
Yes.
What kinds of messages stand out in your mind?
He would use a...
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
I'm not asking the content. I asked the kind of messages.
It's irrelevant.
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I can make an offer.
Well, go on to the next question. And at this point, her characterization is irrelevant.
But would he leave long, detailed explanations of tennis matches?
Yes.
Would he use up your whole telephone answering tape with these detailed explanations of his matches?
Yes.
Play by play?
Play by play.
And when you knew Eric in 1989, did he appear to be an aggressive or a hostile or a loud person?
No.
Would you describe him?
Is that a question?
Can you describe?
Objection sustained to the form of the question.
Would you please describe why he wasn't that way? How was he?
He was very...
Calls for improper opinion.
It's vague what you're asking.
Okay. I asked you, was he an aggressive person?
Not to me, no.
What word would you use to characterize him?
He was very...
Improper opinion.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, I'd like to be heard. Okay.
All right.
Mrs. Heffernan, I want to call your attention to that breakfast at the Sheraton Hotel. Do you remember whether or not the U.S. Open was discussed at breakfast in front of the bodyguard?
I can't recall, but I'm sure that it was. I'm sure we talked about the various matches that week.
You weren't at any matches that week, though, with Eric Menendez, were you?
Not with Eric, no.
Do you recall if there was any discussion about any female players or female player matches?
No.
Mrs. Heffernan, have you watched parts of the trial on television?
Yes.
Did you see the testimony of Mr. Valentine last week?
No, I didn't.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No.
All right, thank you. May step down. You're excused.
Carol Jean Black, B-L-A-C-K.
Procedure.
All right, yes.
Ms. Black, by whom are you employed?
U.S. Air.
And how long have you been so employed?
15 years airline, but previously PSA.
What is your position with U.S. Air?
Corporate security representative.
What are your duties as the representative?
Your Honor, I would stipulate that she can testify to the substance of what she's been called for without having to recite her duties.
Okay,
All right.
that's fine. May I approach with Exhibit 292, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Black, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 292. It's comprised of 3 pages. Could you take a look at that document?
I have.
Okay, and with respect to page 2 of this document, what does this document indicate to you?
This is a U.S. Air ticket.
Okay, and what information does that ticket give to you?
This particular this ticket was issued by U.S. Air on August 31st, 1989 at the LaGuardia Airport Ticket Office by U.S. Air. It was issued in the ticket name of first initial E, last name is Menendez.
Does it give flight information?
Yes, it does. It indicates that this was for travel on August 31st, 1989, from New York LaGuardia Airport to Los Angeles.
And does it give a departure time from LaGuardia?
Yes, it does. It's 12:15 p.m.
And which flight number was that?
That was Flight 61.
And was that a one-way ticket?
Yes, it is.
And was it first class?
Yes, it is.
And does it indicate the seat number assigned to Eric or E. Menendez?
Seat 2F.
Does that particular ticket indicate that that ticket was used?
No.
Okay. Is there another page of that document?
Well, let me correct that. It is stamped that it's used.
Okay.
And the stamp used is applied to the ticket at the point it's presented at the boarding gate area.
When someone uses a ticket, that's when it's stamped?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that, in fact, has the stamp?
Yes, it does.
Does it have the seat assigned to E. Menendez?
Yes, it does.
And what seat was that?
That was 2F.
Does it show the mode of payment?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
It was an American Express credit card.
And where is that indicated? Is there some kind of a letter system that indicates the mode of payment?
In the center of the ticket, and it has the letters FP, which is the form of payment. That's followed by AX, which is American Express credit card. The credit card number follows, and it indicates that credit card had an expiration date of 4/90.
Okay. Is there any other information that this indicates on this ticket?
As to?
As to anything that may be relevant as to departure time or arrival time at the other destination? Anything of that nature?
No.
Okay. Do you know what the air time is for a flight from LaGuardia to LAX, approximately?
Well, I can never met Your Honor unless it's the time of this particular flight and the area.
Right. Well, first of all, just generally, you know, the flight time. Yes or no?
It would be approximately.
Yes or no? You do or do not know?
I couldn't say positively, but I could give you an estimated time.
What is that estimate?
Approximately 4 hours, 4.5 hours.
Okay, the third page of that document. What is that?
This is the actual ticket use documented by U.S. Air at the point it's received in our accounting department.
And is the information that's gotten off of the page 2, is that then somehow incorporated into that document, page 3?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And page 3, there seems to be a star by one of the entries on page 3. What does that indicate?
That indicates that that's where the ticket number is located that matches the ticket number in the name of E. Menendez.
And what does this entry with the star next to it indicate?
It indicates that this particular ticket was issued by U.S. Air on 8/31 of '89, and that it traveled on 8/31 of '89 on U.S. Air Flight 61.
Does it show that there was only one ticket purchased under that ticket number?
That's correct. This is indicating that it only had one ticket coupon, which would have been for that segment of travel from New York to Los Angeles.
Okay, thank you. No further questions at this time.
Right, cross-examination.
Ms. Black, U.S. Air does not have a requirement that when you present a ticket at a boarding gate, you have to show ID. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your indication is when the ticket is presented at the boarding gate, it's stamped used at that point?
Yes.
Did you determine whether or not Flight 61 actually left on time on August 31st?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes. Before coming to court to testify, did you determine whether or not Flight 61 left on time on August 31st, 1989?
No, I did not.
Now, what would happen if hypothetically someone presented a ticket for a flight and the flight got canceled subsequent to that?
What would occur to the ticket?
Yes.
It would remain in the possession of the individual that presented it.
So it would be returned?
That's correct.
And then could it be used on another flight?
Depending on the type of fare basis it was issued under.
First class ticket could be used on another flight?
Yes, it could.
And what would happen if it had already been stamped used as you've described?
The procedure on that would be for the agent to actually scratch that out and sign the ticket.
So that's what
yes.
That's what they're supposed to do?
Yes.
Now, have you been able to fly from LaGuardia Airport to LAX in 4.5 hours?
I was judging that time period from the last time I had traveled back to New York.
Okay, but sometimes it takes longer to go one way than the other, does it not?
It takes longer to travel from the East Coast to the West Coast, that's true.
Right.
Approximately 15 to a half hour longer.
And then there are things like gate holds, waiting on the aircraft, so you can't really say from a given departure to, first of all, you can't say this plane took off at 12:15, correct?
On this particular flight, I would have to research what time it actually departed from the gate and arrived at the destination.
Is this a nonstop flight?
I don't know.
So this is a flight that could have had a stop somewhere.
That's correct.
And those stops can eat up an hour or two, can they not?
Anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes.
But you don't know the route of this flight. Is that correct?
No, that's correct, I don't.
Does U.S. Air fly out of Newark Airport?
Yes.
Do you know if U.S. Air has flights to Los Angeles from Newark Airport?
I don't know.
I have nothing further.
Ms. Black, would a flight leave before the time that's printed on a ticket? For example, 12:15, would you leave at 12 and...
No.
Okay. So if it were, it'd be that time or later?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused.